Aha. There we go. Hello. How's it going? Hold on. Chat needs to catch up to me. And by chat, I mean YouTube, not... hold on. YouTube. Come on. You can do it. There it goes. There we go. Hi, how you doing? Anything can happen. I'm early. You're right. You are absolutely right. Actually, hold on. If I don't move this, I'm going to regret it later. So I'm going to do it now while it's still less annoying. All right. I'm not supposed to start early. Well, I was just sitting here. I was like, man, I already did all my prep work. I got stream set up. I tested the mic. I mean, I could stare at the screen for 3 minutes, or I could start a little early. Why are we looking at Ether's feet? Oh, that's just the first frame of the trailer. The first frame is literally just a leg. Which kind of sucks, but yeah, so hey, sorry this is a day late. I had agreed to do an Enfield podcast with a couple of lore friends, and the only day we could all do, like, there was only one day in time that we could all do, and it happened to be yesterday. So I had to push this forward a day. Otherwise, I would have really loved to do this yesterday, but you know, coordinating between multiple people is hard, especially when we all have like crazy schedules, and my schedule is actually kind of ridiculous. But speaking of, before we get into the you know, lore stuff, because I have a whole page of little note things I want to talk about. I'm just gonna let this play. I have a whole bunch of little lore things I want to talk about. And that's before input from you guys. So this is gonna be fun, but I'm gonna try to be a little organized, a little bit, just because I have stuff. But the one thing I wanted to say before we started is I wanted to. Oh, this is at 7:20. That's better. I wanted to apologize a little bit because I've been a bit behind on making Genshin videos, and I just want to talk a little bit about why that is. It's actually pretty normal at the end of a patch cycle. It's kind of dubious theory crafting territory, because we're just about to go into a whole new region with all new world building lore and story and plot twists. And so, like, it's really difficult to make theories here that aren't just like predicting parts of the upcoming plot, which is stuff I don't like to do. That's just not the type of content I like to make. So there's that. And also, like, doing like a mythology primer this early is also really difficult. So like when I slow down at the end of a patch cycle, that's kind of why. So if it feels like I've had less videos, also why. Also, the breakneck speed of the answers and new lore that we're getting is still a bit much for the types of videos I make. So I'm still adjusting to that pace. That said, I almost have 3 back-to-back Genshin videos coming. I'm doing one right now that's a pretty highly requested one. People keep telling me I should do like a full timeline video of Teyvat. And okay, fine, I'll do it. I'm going to do that before snezhnaya, which sounds ambitious because it is. But I have a methodology I think will work okay. So I'm going to do that. And I think it's kind of important because in this, I have mixed feelings on this, but in the special program, they did say that you can quick start snezhnaya. And I'm kind of like, that's, what? That feels real weird to me. But if people want to quick start snezhnaya, then like, I feel like since snezhnaya is kind of like the you know, apex of everything we've been through and all the lore we've had so far, I feel like a lore guide of like the whole game so far is kind of necessary. So I'm going to make that. I'm in the middle of outlining it. It should be out before Snez. That much I can say. It might be out a bit before then, but we'll see. Also, I have a couple of shorter theories I want to do. Very short. I'm trying to get back into the habit of making some shorter things, if only to keep up with the pace of the lore. And in addition to that, I will be doing like a full mythology primer overview for snezhnaya, but after we get there. We're going to do a little bit of that today because there's a couple of interesting things in this special program that I thought were really fun. But they're pretty surface level, just FYI. So, Return of lore bits. I don't know. Lore bits, I feel like they're not compatible with me. I think lore bits is something I should leave to other people, but that's just me. Anyway, I think that kind of covers the sort of housekeeping. And now we get to talk about snezhnaya. And the real question is, where the hell do we start? I don't have a page of like linear notes. I wish you could see how I wrote my notes, but like it's basically, actually I could probably screenshot it and put it in here. It's basically just like a bunch of really, really, really random notes scattered and all over a sketchbook page. It's like little tiny 2-sentence things scattered everywhere. There's no organization to this at all. That should surprise no one. All right, you want to start with the Conrian thing, which is literally probably what's going to pop up on screen here right now. All right. So that was everyone and their mother basically ran to their video editor and cranked out a video as fast as possible. I know Roosevelt did yesterday because she was talking to me and a few other people saying, oh my God, I basically spent all day morbing and then I made the fastest video I've ever made in my life. And I was like, oh wow, I can't wait to see it. And then I switched chats and like, there it is. And I was like, holy shit, that was fast. It was like 4 hours. But I know Minsleaf did one. I know DeWitt did one. I mean, like people are real excited. I have slightly less excitement for this. I think it's interesting, but it's not one of those. How do I put this? It's not a what the fuck moment for me, I guess. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. When they say Conrians are descended from the Tsaritsa, there's two things that kind of bother me about just the phrase in general. And that is how do I put this? I feel like they're misleading us a little bit with the Conria stuff, just a little bit. Not saying that they're not descended from the Tsaritsa, don't misunderstand that. It's just like in the first trailer that we got with the Tsaritsa in it, it had a shot of what appears to be her child, right? And that child had Conrian eyes. And so now they're saying, well, all Conrians are descendants of the Tsaritsa. But that confuses me for a couple reasons. One is that I struggle a little bit with the mathematical logistics of that, because she would have had to have a lot of children. Like a lot of children. If only because Conrians have already been established to come in 2 flavors. Well, 3 flavors, kind of. But 2 primary ones. There's what they've called the pure-blooded Conrians, and then there's the, regular Conrians, I guess. And then like regular Conrians are, exiles from Teyvat, or like people who are seeking shelter. Probably a lot of people from snezhnaya going underground. That reminds me of, hold on, I have to write something down before I forget it. This. Okay. So like for me, I'm sitting there going, is anyone who carries the blood of the Tsaritsa considered a pure-blooded Conrian? Is that how that works? But like you I mean, I guess they do have thousands of years to make an entire country's population blossom, but I still feel like the logistics are a little weird on that. Um so like that part gets me a little bit. The one thing I will say though is that it is a little misleading to say that like all Conrians are the Saritsa's descendants, because that's obviously not true. Someone like Rotvung is actually not Conrian. He was from Teyvat, moved to Conria, got exiled back to Teyvat, that kind of thing. But he's still like classified as Conrian. Meanwhile, we have like Arlecchino and Kaya, and like they're obviously from Conria. Dainsleif's from Conria, Rhine-Daughter's from Conria. And the eyes aren't like super exclusive either. Because like Arlecchino's eyes are obviously different. They're from the Crimson Moon dynasty. And if the Crimson Moon dynasty differs from the Saritsa's dynasty, then the Saritsa's dynasty might be the Eclipse dynasty, since her son's eyes match Kaya's more than Arlecchino's, but Arlecchino's bloodline should predate, or at least was in control of Conria before the Eclipse. So you see where it gets a little weird. So here's kind of like my thought. Okay. Here's my thought. I don't think this is about blood descendants. Barring a vampire connection, which I'll talk about in a minute. I think this isn't like she had a son and her son married and had like 10 kids and they all married and had 10 more kids and then it branched off from there. I don't quite think that's the case. I think it's more likely that the Saritsa is a bit like Nabu Malikata. And by that, I mean Nabu Malikata was a Seelie, and from her blood came the Jinn, an entire race of Jinn, right? So we had angels down to Jinn. But at the same level as a Jinn was the Simurgh. She also made the Simurgh. And then the Simurgh basically shattered into all of the Pari. So the way I see the Saritsa is kind of like Saritsa Fae, and then from the Fae, you create Conrians. And the Conrians in this case would be like the Pari, whereas the Fae would be more like the Jinn. Does that make sense? So either they can be literally made from her blood in the same way the Jinn were made from the blood of Nabu Malikata, because that's feasible. Makes more sense for like a more prolific bloodline presence, in my opinion. But alternatively, there is... Hold on. Stop it. I wanted to pause that for a second. In here, there is there is some how do I put this? Creation magic associated with ice. There's like the prime ice, for examples. As a exploration mechanic, we're going to be like making constructs throughout the world. Obviously, this game mode appears to be like the shooter game mode. I mean, has like some construction in it that also appears to be connected to prime ice. In the Disenchantment and Deep Shadow, they do talk about how the ice itself can be made into like temporary constructs. And with that in mind, if prime ice is at all similar to the primordial sea in terms of like origin or creative capacity, then it's quite possible that the Saritsa pulled in Egeria. And in the same way Egeria made Fontanians out of Oceanids, it's quite possible that the same thing happened with the Saritsa making Conrians out of something related to prime ice. So like, so they're all Saritsa snowmen? I mean, yeah, it could be. It could be. So there's a few different ways this can happen. I've seen the incest comment a lot, though. I'm not entirely sure that really applies in these cases. But I guess if you really want to call an entire species that, sure. But, you know, you're thinking that maybe the marriage that leads to children could be like a chemical marriage? Yeah. So like the thing is like Conria and snezhnaya have interesting relationships to alchemy in that sense, right? Because in here, here we go. In here, in the Disenchantment and Deep Shadow, it also says that alchemy is forbidden in snezhnaya and has been for at least the last 500 years. And they say that in the, I don't quite remember where it is, but they do say that in the special program as well. The developers say that. Oh, Rosie's here. Are we going for round 2 now? Morbing round 2. Shadows Amidst Snowstorms, or whatever it was called, foreshadowed the snowmen and the Rhine-esque mommy. I mean, yeah, essentially. This window bothers me. We'll talk. I forgot about the window. Hold on. I gotta remind myself about the window. You'll understand why in a bit. Regardless, it means that Kai is a true Anastasia. He's got to find his grandmama. Well, wouldn't the Tsaritsa be his grandmama in that case? She is wearing a crown of a duchess, I think. I'm pretty sure. She's wearing the crown of a duchess. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, the Tsaritsa is wearing a duchess-style crown. I'm pretty sure. So that would be kind of funny if we went that way. Hold on. I wanted to finish this train of thought, and I've already forgotten it. I've lost my train of thought. You guys derailed me, which is impressive to do that already. That was really fast. That was really, really fast. I see a couple of supers. We'll talk about them in a second. Or maybe we'll talk about them now because I completely forgot what I was talking about. God damn it. Oh, alchemy. Right. Okay, let me finish this train of thought and then I'll get to supers. I promise. And then we'll switch topics again. Oh no, we can't switch top. Okay, I'm gonna have a whole thing. I'm gonna have a whole thing about this. I'm gonna get real complicated in it. Isn't the Tsaritsa's crown a Kokoshnik headwear? I don't know. I mean, it might be. The thing is, I'm not super well versed in this. It could be one of these. I think this is a bit, I don't know. This seems a little less likely, but who knows? I feel like that's a little less likely. It doesn't quite look like that, but what do I know? What do I know? Not much about Slavic and Russian history. Hence why I am not, I am absolutely not gonna be doing a mythology primer until we get there. Because I can't explain things I don't understand. So, what was I doing? Oh, right, alchemy. Right. So the thing about weird relationship with alchemy is that like Conria had alchemy that could create life, right? Like that was Chemia. Rhine-daughter is a master of Chemia. And then we have the Tsaritsa and Rhine-daughter playing a friendly chess game. So like to me, it does seem like since alchemy was at one point allowed in snezhnaya, basically all alchemical practices may have been, or some alchemical practices at least, might have been moved to Conria. And it's possible that Chemia wasn't established in Conria, but in snezhnaya instead. And maybe all of the Conrians, or at least like the ones that didn't migrate from Tibet, the ones who came from snezhnaya, maybe all of them are alchemical constructs of sorts. It's quite possible. It's very, very possible, in fact. Because, like, here's another thing that really kind of bothers me. And like, one of the main reasons I say that, and We'll move on in a bit, I promise. It's farther in here. It's like part of the world quest stuff. The question is where in the world quest stuff? I don't think it was in the Shadow Realms thingies. Where's the section on the world quest? I have forgotten where this is. I feel like it's before here. So you're saying Albedo has a humongous family? I mean, kind of, technically. His family is a lot bigger than people originally thought it was, because, like, there's Sebastian and stuff, right? And people forgot that was a thing. Or, well, we didn't know that was a thing, to be fair. Alright. Where is the world exploration stuff? Where's the world quest stuff? Am I blind? I have forgotten where this is. In the special program. What the heckish? I swear it's down here. Oh, maybe it is farther in. Okay, no, I think it's here. I think it's in here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, I want to talk about this too, because this is supposed to be the symbol of the Pale Star, but that's a Conrian star. It's a black sun. So now things make a little bit more sense. You've got the Pale Star above ground, and you've got the Dark Star below ground. Now, here's the thing. This thing here, assuming it has no legs, which we can't see, but like assuming it just kind of tapers off here, this looks like a ruin hunter, but with Homa heads. It's also very draconic because like this is the shape of the dragon spaceships as well as like a lot of other dragon tech. But this really does look like a ruin hunter to me. So like the fact that Conrians were obsessed with mimicry, right? Why were they mimicking this? Because this is in the tomb of the Bel-Eat Tsar. So whatever this is a remnant of the Bel-Eat Tsar, and ruin hunters are like mimic. It's so strange. It's very strange. If it has legs, then it will actually look like a ruined drake. So it actually doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter which one it is. The interesting thing is that it does resemble some Conrian stuff and some dragon stuff. And to that end, I do want to talk about more Conrian and Pale Star stuff, but if I do that, I will be totally ignoring supers. So let me do supers really quick. And then I go back. Go back. Fresh Spinach, thanks for the super. Do I still plan to release the Dottore video? You know how I said it's really difficult for me to keep up with the pace of lore these days because it's so fast, and the speed that the lore is coming out is not compatible with the types of videos that I make. This is kind of part of it. Obviously it's not going to come out before snezhnaya. And I would like to put it out because it is making a case for Dottore to potentially be not dead and playable, or not like completely. I shouldn't say not dead. I should say not gone, and also potentially playable. But I think right now there are so many other things that are pressing that even though I would like to release this, there is a chance I might not. And if that does happen, because I've already written a good chunk of it, but there's no like context for any of the stuff in there, I might just release it as a doc. Like I might just put the doc out there for anyone to read if they want to read it. It might not get actually made into a video, but I would like to put into a video. I just don't know if I'm going to get a chance to. We'll see. We'll see. Leo Lionheart, thank you for the super. I appreciate that. Or are they saying that the Cryo Archon is the memory erased first angel? It's very confusing. Then you got, where the heck is the cryo dragon? Probably causing the powerful storm. Too many theories they made with that comment. Yeah, they did. I've seen a lot of theories surrounding the idea that the Saritsa is related to Koitar, or is possessed by Koitar. There's an argument to be made for all three, honestly. Excuse me. One interesting thing I didn't realize is, oh no, it's this one. One interesting thing I didn't realize. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So here's one case that can actually sort of push the Saritsa is Koitar agenda, like the memory erased Koitar, and that she was adopted by the Belyitsar. So this book is about like it's a historical record of snezhnaya and specifically the Belyitsar. But interesting here is that he calls himself the heir to the Pale Star and protector of the Fae. But if you scroll down in here, it talks about how he doesn't appear to be actually a Fae at all. Let's see. Let's see if I can find the thing without actually having to read through the whole thing. There is, yeah, here we go. This is the footnote from the thing I highlighted earlier where it says, a sacred bloodline, the meaning of which is unknown. This is the Belyitsar. He laid claim to the title Lord of all Fae, and as such, he should have been of the same blood as the other fairies. It would seem that he merely used the phrase as a means to establish legitimacy. So this strongly suggests that not only was he probably not a Fae, but people knew that. A sacred bloodline is also interesting here because the last time we saw sacred bloodlines, it was in Nod Cry with Reed Miller and the Sacred Heir for the Frostmoon Scions. So I do think that's interesting because that would make him related to the third descender a little bit more directly in that, well, okay, I say that, but we already know that snezhnaya is pretty third descender pilled, like all the way around. But when we were in Nod Cry, I was pointing out parallels between Reed Miller and the third descender, not to say that he is the third descender or like reincarnated or whatever. That was not the point. The point was more that Reed Miller was like allegorically performing the role of a descender. So if they're doing that here, we have a similar situation going on with the Belyitsar. But that also means that the Saritsa, as a Snegorochka, or a Fae, presumably, she's supposed to be a Fae, like, she wouldn't be his literal daughter. Unless the Belyitsar had a Fae or a Seelie for a wife. Do you see where this kind of goes? So either the way I see it, it's twofold. There's two arguments to be made, not twofold. There's two arguments to be made here. Well, three, but the third one doesn't matter yet. The first is that the Saritsa is adopted by the Belyitsar. If she's adopted by the Belyitsar, then it's possible that she is a Seelie who had her memory wiped and thus believes she is a Snegorochka, which would make sense for her being like memory wiped Koitar, the first angel, right? You can make a case for that. Also worth noting that Koitar, when she was imprisoned in I don't remember the name of the place. The boat in Nodcry, in the Svartens near. I forget the name. You guys know where I'm talking about. The place where Koitar was imprisoned after the War of Funerary Flames. That's where she became acquainted with Boreas, and then she gave Boreas some, if not all, of her powers at the time, or she blessed him with powers, and the powers he got were ice and wind powers. Or maybe just ice powers, and he got the wind powers from just being in Mondstadt. That's possible. But, so, like, there's an argument there. to be made for the Saritsa being Koitar, literally. There's also an argument to be made that the Belyit Tsar might be more related to the third descender than we'd been led to believe. And I've been wondering if the Saritsa is actually, this is my preferred theory, if she's actually the daughter of the third descender and Koitar. Because that would make more sense to me. Because then she would still be adopted by the Belyit Tsar, but her parents' whereabouts are still unknown. Because like we have records of the third descender dying before the cataclysm. So like that would then make sense with like the myths about Ajax and stuff falling in love with the Snegorochka, right? Because in this case, Koitar would be an angel, which is related to Fays, with ice powers, hence why they would call her a Snegorochka. And then Ajax would be the third descender in that case, right? So like I could see that. The third option is that the story official is referencing Koitar. And if that's the case, then the Saritsa could be possessed by Koitar. Like the spirit of her. I'm a little less fond of that idea. A little less fond of that idea. So those are kind of like the three arguments to make here for the Saritsa's relationship to, wasn't the Star's adopted daughter called Axinia? He has two. He has two daughters. So there's the one daughter who's Axinia, who was salvaged from a like a little pod from Hyperborea. But the Saritsa is still present here. Axinia became an alchemist. Not in here. Yeah. No, it goes right to the place I wanted it to. So the princess of the Snegorochka here, that's the Saritsa. And she was good friends with Axinia. You know? Here's a theory: the Voyager's youth is the son of the Belyit Tsar and the father of the Saritsa, hence the Snegorochka title for her. That would make sense why the Tsar would become the father of the Fae. That's what I just said. Sort of. Well, no. I said third descender. You're right. It is actually possible. Like, why did I say third descender? It would have been Voyager. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. For Koitar, it would have been Voyager in the youth. So, but to make that happen and to make that work, the Belyit Tsar would either have to be Ajax himself, but that doesn't work either because of what we know about hymns of the far north. But there is an argument to be made that Voyager actually is the third descender. That is it's actually a distinct possibility. Because right now, the most likely candidate for the second descender is arguably Nibelung, which I know is confusing, but the idea has merit. If that's the case, even though Voyager arrived into that before Nibelung's return, their memory was wiped. So it's possible that upon their memory being wiped, they could have become the third descender, in which case the argument can still be made. But no, you're right. That the relationship between Voyager and the third descender is confusing. I do think there's a good possibility that Voyager is the third descender, though. I think there's a possible. Can Voyager just not like undo the indwelling? Are they permanently stuck in that body? I don't think so, because that body would have died, and then maybe it would have found another vessel or made another vessel. Paimon is Koitar's child. They have the halo and wing. I think you can make the argument now that that's probably not the case. I think the fact that Renova appears to have some interest in Paimon implies that Paimon isn't the child of Koitar. I think that's a tricky argument to make. I'll also tell you one other thing. Arlecchino doesn't get cursed with immortality, so it's likely the only bloodline with the third descender was the Eclipse. That's true. That's true. I mean, her bloodline comes from the Crimson Moon, specifically. Or at least, like, even if she is descended from the Tsaritsa, her bloodline has been steeped in the power of the Crimson Moon, so it probably has more relationship there than to the Tsaritsa herself. The whole reason I got out my tablet. Okay, there is a symbol. There is a symbol in the trailer, which we'll go find later. But forgive me as I'm going to attempt. Oops. It goes like this. And then it goes around. And then it goes. Nope. I did it backwards again. Hold on. Hold on. Why are you like this? I'll get it. You'll see. You'll see. I don't know why I'm having a hard time drawing knots today. I think I'm going the wrong way as part of it. It's because I'm not going to the bottom. They go around like this. And then it loops back. And then it goes like, oh, jeez. That looks terrible. See, I did it again. Like this. Yeah, okay. Around, loopy, around, loopy. This is horrible. That looks awful. Okay, but you get the idea. Now, the thing is, it's got a circle in the center. And then it goes doop, 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 doop. This symbol. This is an embarrassing symbol. I hate this. This looks awful. What the hell? I don't like this at all. I don't like that at all. That's awful. Okay. Okay, I don't. You get the idea. What is I'll show you. I cannot draw this like properly without a little practice, I think. I need to practice this symbol. I need to practice this symbol before I get it. Doody doody doo. Doody doody doo. It looks like Cinderella's pumpkin carriage. Zoom. I'm sorry. Okay, listen. The point I'm trying to make here. I'd be better off using a mouse at this point. Why did I do this? I could make a circle and then do loopy, 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 and you'd get a better idea. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. The point I was trying to make is that this symbol is very simple. Yeah, you know, for some reason, I'm having a hell of a time with Triketras today. There we go. Okay. Okay. Listen. You get the idea. You get the idea. I can't draw a Triketra to save my life today. Oh my god. Okay. This one's better. Okay, this is Paimon's symbol, okay? Paimon has this with a little dot in the middle. And I'm looking at it like, how interesting is this that they've made this new symbol that's basically this flipped over. But when you break it down, the symbol is quite literally Ketra, a 4-pointed star with a dot in it. And I'm like, hey, look, how interesting. Why is that on our train? Anyway, looks like a fat Sealy. Oh, okay. Listen, you guys are wondering what the hell I'm talking about. I will show you. It shows up in a couple of places. It first shows up in I see my supers, leave me alone. Let me live. Let me follow my train of thought. Okay, the first time it shows up is right here. Right? This is the symbol. Now you guys are going to understand why I was doing it like this. Okay? Look, they look nearly identical. Look at it. Look at it. Okay. So look, this is you see what I'm saying, right? This is literally like Paimon symbol reverse. But yeah, it's here, but and I thought this was just a symbol of the game mode, but then when you get on the train, like the special train portions, not the part where we're doing this. Later when they talk about the train gameplay, that's the we'll talk about that in a bit. Later when they talk about the train gameplay, it shows up in the train. If I can find that, we'll see. It's like in the steering area. The conductor's room. What is the conductor's room called? I don't remember. Where is train? Oh my god. Or maybe it's in here. Okay, I will find it. I will. You'll see. Okay, maybe I won't find it. I know it's in here. I saw it. I saw it and I thought it was very strange. Where did thou go? I don't think it's in this section. I think it's before here. All right, I legit don't know where this is. Okay, well, the symbol shows up elsewhere. I'll find it eventually, but maybe not right now because that might take a while. The symbol shows up in the train, in the background. I saw it a couple of places. It's closer to the middle. Maybe it's closer to. Maybe it is in this first section. I saw it. Okay, we'll just look through this little section, and if I can't find it, then I will move on. Okay, I don't know. Is it in the event gameplay? Okay, well. Oh, in the second promo code video. See? Clever. I knew it was somewhere. That makes sense. It makes sense that I would have seen it in there somewhere. Or in here. Nope. Okay. Where is the second? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't know where it is. I can't find anything. I give up. I give up. I don't know where the thing. Where is it? Am I blind? I'm blind. I must be blind. I must be blind. Because it's not the Odette one. Isn't the Odette one like the next one? Yeah, the Odette one's the next one. 28, 22. Is it literally this and I'm just being yeah, okay. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just being an absolute dumb. Just being real dumb. Yep, okay. It's probably in here. You're right. You're right. I don't know where in here, but somewhere in here. It's somewhere in the train. You bastards. Show me the thingy I want to see. I think it's in the beginning, actually. Nope, that's the crafting bench. And it's not that. There, okay. So this symbol, that symbol popped up in a place I wasn't thinking it was popping up. That's where I was seeing it. I saw it there. I like how I can see it in like this one little like offhanded clip, but I didn't even notice it. I probably just wasn't looking at the guns because the guns don't interest me. I was looking at it being up here in the cockpit. So in light of that, though, this might actually just mean that this is how you get to the shadow area, but that doesn't 100% make sense to me because the shadow area looks like it has a rift over in the main train area, but you can see it here. So I think at least this symbol is like related to the train. How the fuck? Yeah, this is what I mean. Is like sometimes I see the things that are really hard to see, and I don't see the things that are like incredibly obvious. Anyway, I thought that was neat, but it also kind of makes me think that this mode is also related to Paimon. Just because of the similarity between yeah. Wait, you can see it. Just because of the similarities between this symbol and Paimon symbol. They're just upside down. Random question at 139, is that Celestia in the upper left-hand corner? I don't think so. No, it's just a floating island. I don't think it's actually like anything specific. Okay. Mind Realm of Paimon? No, but you know how like they have that line that they keep playing where it's like, I gotta get to Paimon fast. Like, I still think that's misleading. I still think it's part of the Shadow Realm / pew pew game mode. So, you know, that's kind of my take on that. I don't really want to talk about the guns. I really don't. Yeah. Rama Impact, thank you for the super. Hello, I watched Clementine after you suggested him months ago. Something he said got me confused. He said there are no Pyro Archons during the 500 years of Mawika's absence. I thought there were many. I'm pretty sure there are Pyro Archons between Mawika's disappearance and her reappearance, because she had to reclaim her Pyro Archon ship from the current Archon at the time, if I remember correctly. It's been a hot minute. I would need to look that up. But the thing is as far as I can remember, the Archons in Natlan did not have extended lifespans. So they lived the lives of average humans, I think. And even if they were extended, I don't think they were extended by like hundreds of years. You know what I mean? So like I think that there would have had to have been at least a couple. But my Natlan timeline for the Archons is a little fuzzy. But I don't think that there just weren't any. Unless he knows something I don't, which is possible. Excuse me. That is possible. Yinny's Yang, thanks for the super. I just really want the Saritsa to have a biological child. I'm so tired of these games catering to a group of weirdos who don't want that. I think it's fine, but like also keep in mind that Alice has a biological child. So it's not like they're not gonna go there or that they won't go there. They are going there, obviously, with one of their, really hyped up characters. Unless they pull pull a quick one on us and make Klee also an alchemical baby. They could do that. I don't think they will. Because this is the one instance where they've given us a mother and a child and a father who's not like missing or dead or, any of that kind of stuff. As far as we know, Kleiner's alive and well. So, take that as you will. To me, I don't mind either way, whether or not the Syriza has a biological child or is making a whole race based on the power of her blood and or the power of primordial cryo, like whatever the case. To me, it's more a logistics question because it's that making a whole race of people is really hard for a single woman to do if you're trying to do it biologically. It's a lot easier for a guy, a lot easier for a guy to do. So, I'm just saying. Imagine they pull the quickest one on us and make it so Alice and Klee's lives are a loop where Alice is the older Klee raising the next one. Honestly, that was the theory I was writing about Alice. I was writing a legit theory where I was creating a loop between Klee, Alice, and Asmodee. And then I abandoned the idea because it was too complicated. And also, I didn't really like that possibility, so I decided I didn't want to entertain it. So, I mean, I've been there. I've thought about it. It's possible. They've done it before in other games, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'll do it here. But it it is worth pointing out that even though they've done it in other games, and we shouldn't hold Genshin to the standards of Hoyo's other games and say that, oh, they did it in this game, so they'll do it in this one. We say that, except Snezhnaya is very Belobog at this point. Like the first area from Star Rail. Well, the first planet from Star Rail. We don't count her to Space Station. That's a tutorial level. The thing about Belobog is that Belobog was a frozen wasteland up top, built by a faction of preservation-focused individuals. Whole place is ice-themed, obviously. And they actually have an underground civilization. There's an underground, which I'm just like, so now we got Snezhnaya, Belobog, and we've got Conria / the Underground. Interesting, then, that they've just shown us that, hey, we also have the giant Kreshnik torch, which is how we keep this whole area in this frozen wasteland warm. Or, habitable. And it's powered by Kreshnik stones, which is an energy source. That's interesting. The thing in Belobog was powered by Geomarrow, also an energy source that kept all the torches going. Very, very strange. If you then start looking at it in terms of you know how we've said for a long time that the Syriza might be a Bronya? If you guys are familiar with Bronya. She's not literally Bronya, but in this case, she would be playing the same role as Bronya, because Bronya was the daughter of the leader of Belobog, Kokolia, except she was the adopted daughter, right? And she got to witness her mother dying, her adopted mother dying, as her adopted mother tried to fuse with a star. A Stellaron. So, to me, I'm looking at this going, okay, so she's not Bronya, but she actually is fulfilling the role of a Bronya. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly how things are going to go down. I'm just saying Hoyo likes to remix their ideas. That's all. In which case, the connection between Snezhnaya and Zhongli becomes really, really funny, because The preservation is very Zhongli coded in HSR. It's a big rock, basically. It's a big sentient rock that's building a giant, cosmic wall to keep out dragons and invading dark destroyers from beyond the beyond, right? He's focused on preservation. Zhongli's Geo and a shield unit, whatever. The preservation is the eon that governs over Belobog. Or like the faction that follows a preservation is the one that lives in Belobog. So like now the contract between them becomes a little bit more suspicious because you're like, okay. How are they going to remix that? You've already heard of Anna? Yeah. I if they do Anna, I really, really hope that they change things up a little bit because I didn't like Anna's story. And it's really just a personal gripe more than anything. It's not like I have a problem with her actually being an Anna archetype. It's just I didn't like Anna's story in HI3. And so the idea of them trying to do it again is kind of like, okay. If they do something different with it, then it's fine. That's fine. I'm just, a little foreboding. Also, it really bothers me that these craftable weapons are very skirk coded. This is very skirk ice. I do think that's interesting. I know Skirk likes to conceal her abyss powers as ice. And that oftentimes they do make the ice kind of violet themed, but like I feel like if these were truly cryo weapons and like only cryo weapons, they would be a little bit more blue than have this violet sheen. But maybe that's just me. The ice kind of looks like the patterns Linnea has on her thighs. Yeah, I mean they do. But these are basically like slightly lighter versions of Skirk's legs. Isn't Skirk's artifact set made from Snezhnaya's ice? Is it made from their ice? I wasn't sure if it was. I don't know if it's made from their ice. I always forget what it's called. I always forget what her set is called. Not that one. This one. Finale of Deep Galleries. Yeah, that one. Go away. From Northland Jade. So yeah, I guess so. But that just means Northland Jade looks like Skirk's Abyss Ice. Not even just Abyss Ice, because like the Narwhal wasn't cryo. So I don't know. It's very, it's interesting. So Northland Jade is fake cryo. I mean, like it might just be like a cryo stone. It might be a cryo stone. In which case, I will remind you that Jade is kind of like Liwei's things. So if it's a Northland Jade, then again, the Saritsa Zhongli connection becomes a bit more suspicious because of rocks. Anyway, Nephrite Jade is green. I don't know if it comes in other colors. It might. Jade comes in a lot of colors. Northland Jade is to cryo what Pyrite is to gold? Maybe? It's possible. Am I planning to talk about the characters? You mean like Odette and Noi and stuff? I mean, a little bit. But if you're talking about like their combat kits, not really. That's not really what I do. Hey, the nut, thank you for the gifted. I appreciate that. Anyway, that was a fun little sidetrack. Okay. Nox says, thank you for the super. Ash, I'm still at work. Don't do this to me. It'll be something fun for you to watch later. I know I always stream in the evening. I know it's because it's more convenient for me most of the time because I like to get things done during the daylight because I function best in the daylight. I am an anti-vampire at my core. Speaking of, we're going to talk about vampires today. But when it comes to weekends and stuff, when I think like the majority of people might be free or might be bored on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning or something like that, I will stream in the morning. It's midday streams that are rarer for me because like that's peak work time. Absolute peak word time. Chiliax, thank you for this super. Do you have any guess as to what's going on with Sandrone's constellation, as it doesn't fit any of the Fatui wheel constellations? Is that the case? I don't remember that being the case, but maybe it is. Let me double check. Let me double check. No, it does. It does. It's just in her case, it's very similar to what happened with Wanderer. The one in the Fatui wheel was a little puppet on strings, and you have it here too. Here's her 2 strings, and here's her puppet. It's just that they added a gear behind it. They've made some adjustments to make it more Sandrone specific. And it's similar to what they did with Wanderers. Maybe I won't even have to like go to his page. Maybe I can just. I mean, the one that like really screws things up is like, okay, actually here. So here's Columbina's, right? Columbina's is very different from her Fatui constellation wheel, but the dove here that was on the constellation wheel, that's still here, right? This was the only part that was on the constellation wheel. This is still here, but they added all of this. They added all of that. And then where is Mr. Wander? It might take a minute for us to get there. There he is. And then here we go. So like Wanderers was just like a little generic silhouette of a person holding a heart. That's all it was. And then they've added his halo in the background. They've added his sleeves and they've given it, his hair shape. So like what they did to Columbina and Sandrone is the same thing they did to Wanderer. Like all these 3 underwent some adjustments, shall we say. So I don't think that's necessarily like a issue with them changing the constellations on the wheel. I think it's just making adjustments so that they aren't super lore spoilery, I guess. They were trying to make the Fatui constellation wheel a little bit more generic at the start, I think. They gave Hat Guy his hat, yeah. I do think it's funny that they still call him Hat Guy. It really annoys me. I wish they would actually change the word at least, because like I feel like even as a nickname, calling someone Hat Guy is just very odd. Even if just using some slightly different words to make it more of a nickname would feel better for me. But I do think it's interesting because he's being identified by his hat, which is also technically his halo. So he's being identified by his halo, which is just weird. But anyway, besides the point, I got off topic. I'm sorry. Viridian Fox, thank you for the super. Can't stay, have a medical infusion to go to, but here's a reminder to stay focused on your list of topics. I'm doing okay. I'm not doing great, but I'm doing okay. I'm getting there. I'm crossing things off as I go, at least. I'll keep track. Okay, I did the Geomaro stuff. We don't have to talk about that anymore. That's off my list. I'm going to ignore that. Quibby, hi, how are you? How are you excited for snezhnaya? I am actually excited for snezhnaya. I'm more excited for snezhnaya than I was for Nodcry. I do feel like after all this time, Nodcry did really feel like it was kind of padding out something that did not need to be that long. But that's an opinion, and I know not everyone shares it, and that's fine. It's just like a personal thing. I feel like Nodcry kind of Dragged. I don't think it was supposed to be that long originally. Whatever. Maybe it was. Who knows? We'll never know, actually. That's the thing. But snezhnaya is massive for one. So I feel like exploration is going to be very interesting. The world quest looks very interesting this time around. And we're going to be getting some long-awaited lore drops that we've been expecting to get. Like, I feel like a lot of the lore drops we got in Nodcry, we weren't expecting to get. So I feel like I'm more jazzed. Yeah. How's that? Did they say why there isn't a Dane quest? Because he was in the main Archon quest. He didn't need a separate quest this time because the Archon quest actually, like, overlapped with Dane quest. And, like, I have mixed feelings about that. But Hoyo's doing whatever they want to. And trying to optimize the whole, like, storytelling experience the way they feel is best. So I'm just gonna let them cook. We'll see how it goes. What world quest is in snezhnaya? I didn't catch it on stream. We're gonna go to the White Birch Tomb, which is apparently the tomb for the Beli Tsar. And it seems like that whole quest should have relationships to the Eye of Grai, which I do want to talk about. But in a minute. And to me, that actually goes straight to the lore of, like, the third descender and stuff. So, I find it to be quite interesting. I think we'll actually get, like, some real hardcore backstory this time around. So that's gonna be fun. Do I hate this year's summer quest not having the same impact as last year's ones? They've changed what they're doing with summer quests. I don't hate it so much this year because they also gave us the moon. Typically when they do the summer stuff, like, the summer quest is linked to the summer explorable region, and in this case they were divorced. So the summer quest was separate from the summer explorable region, and I feel like that was a little off-putting, but not because it's bad, just because we haven't really had that before, and so it felt unusual. How's that? I think that's a good way to phrase it. But I liked the moon. I thought the moon was fine. It was interesting. Sonnet is still the best moon sister. I don't care what anyone says. She's still the best one. Anyway. Oh, Jesus. Leo Lionheart, that was a very generous super. Thank you very much. Where in the conversation did this one happen? I wonder. Oh, dear. Or the first Cryo Archon had multiple children, and his children mimicked his mechs. As you stated, he had a daughter who was an alchemist. Could mean that she could have made or helped make the Eclipse Dynasty or the Crimson Moon Dynasty. Yeah. I don't know that. I feel like Exinia, I could be wrong on this, but I think Exinia predates or doesn't or she doesn't predate Conria, I don't think. She was from Hyperborea. I would have to read through this again to looking specifically for that. Because I was not looking for that when I was reading through this last time. I'm not sure. I think it's possible. I think it's possible that Exinia, I wonder if actually in that case, if it really is a Nabumalikata situation where Exinia may have taken the blood of the Saritsa and made a whole new species of humanoid life forms that became the Conrians. That feels plausible, actually, as I think about it. I wonder. I wonder. Yeah. Because she was considered an alchemical genius. That has to be relevant for something. By the way, the Duke of the North has a vision / delusion. They made him a 4-star. Yeah, I saw. But okay, here's the thing. I don't necessarily think a vision versus a stellar linchpin means that they're definitely going to be a 4-star. I think it's a pretty good indicator. But I will point out that, like, we can have 5 stars with visions, like regular visions. Like, do you guys think it's weird that Child, for all of his connections and references to the third descender, doesn't have a stellar linchpin? Is that not funny? Same thing with Arlecchino, and like looking at the harbingers right now, only Sandrone has one. Is it possible that Pentalone doesn't have a linchpin? Yes, because he canonically isn't supposed to have a vision at all. They might say, well, he doesn't have a vision, he's got a linchpin. They could do that. I don't think they will, because like his whole defining thing is that he was never chosen by the heavenly principles to receive the blessing or whatever the heck of the vision actually is. I'm going to avoid speculation at the time being, but that would set him up perfectly to have a delusion, but I really don't think that would make Pants a 4-star. You know what I mean? It's things like that I'm just like, I don't think that completely precludes him. It just means that he doesn't have a stellar conduct reaction, which questionable choice. But hey, whatever. I just think a lot of people are going to be real disappointed if he doesn't have a linchpin. I know he doesn't have a linchpin. I saw it in the trailer, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You don't think Pantalone is going to be playable? Really? Interesting. I think he will be. You guys want to hear something funny? This is my only well, I guess it's not really my only rationale. I think Piero is the one that doesn't look like he's going to be playable because his mask is super low poly. I don't know if you guys saw. My mouse is not cooperating. Hold on. And you know what? It'd be faster if I actually do it in the trailer. When Piero is glaring at the heavenly principles here, he looks fine, and then you zoom in, and like his mask is super low poly, which either means he's probably not going to be playable, or it means that he'll lose his mask and his playability, or like something will happen to his mask. But like this makes him less likely to be playable than Pentalone, who has a very nice high res model. I'm just saying. I mean, they're putting this low poly thing in the trailer. I don't think Piero's gonna make it, guys. I don't think he's gonna make it. Outfit change like Sandrone, maybe. I mean, maybe it's possible, but I feel like it didn't. I mean, like I said, they would have to remove his mask to make this work. And I don't know. I mean, the rest of his outfit feels decent, but like there's something about his mask that is very not playable. I do think it's funny that he dresses like Clothar, though. I think it's very funny. Well, he doesn't dress like Clothar. I shouldn't say that. His outfit reminds me a lot of Clothar. It's like if you made a more ornate version of Kaya's outfit meshed with Clothar's outfit. Anyway, is his mask crying? It's always been crying, yeah. It's always been a crying mask. Spike Bebop, thank you for the super. Does it feel strange that the Cryo Nation allows outsiders like Diona into the nation? Like Donna or Diona? Like Donna into the nation. Wait, who's Donna? I forgot who Donna is. Do I not know a Donna? It's okay. I'm terrible with names anyway. That shouldn't surprise anybody. You thought it would be like Inazuma? I mean, I don't think it would be. I mean, snezhnaya has free trade with other nations and stuff. Inazuma was a unique case where it completely isolated itself. I don't remember us having any lore of snezhnaya trying to like deliberately isolate itself and prevent travel. I think a lot of people don't leave snezhnaya, but I don't think that means people can't go there. You know, I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. Oh, Donna is the flower girl. Oh, right. Okay. That would be why I don't remember her name. Conrians have eyes of 3 descenders, so they have the blood of the streets of the 3rd descender. It can't just be her blood for creating them. I really want to talk vampires. Okay. Two more supers. Okay, 2 more supers and then I'm going to talk vampires. That is a topic on my list. Okay, that's a topic on my list. We will be on topic if I do this. First off, Omar, thank you for the super. I appreciate it. We gotta appreciate the Streets' model. It's so pretty. It is. It is a very pretty model. I'm actually quite pleased with her design. I quite like it. That's very nice. I'll probably appreciate it more as I get to learn about its real world references. Because I know there are some, and I know like with the crown and stuff like that, there's some stuff to dissect there. So I'm excited to learn about that. But she is quite pretty. Definitely a model that I feel like the Saritsa's reveal has been the least contentious of the Archon reveals since the start of the game. I feel like there's always been some really big dramatic event surrounding each Archon's reveal, except for the Saritsa. I feel like hers has been pretty well received overall. I think everyone who was looking forward to her is very happy about where things are right now. Maybe I'm just not in the spaces where people are unhappy, but right, that's just the sense I get. Cleo, thank you for the super. I'm on a 14-hour drive to my new house, and your videos are pulling me through it. Only 4 hours left. Oh, good lord. Good luck. That's a lot of driving. Last year, I had to drive from Florida back to Maine, so I feel ya. It's a long trek. It's a very long trek. Besides Venti? No, Venti had one. Venti had one. Venti had one because he was too feminine. And the people at the very, like when we were first starting the game and people were just getting into Genshin, a lot of people pulled him, not realizing he was male. They thought he was a cute girl. That was the whole thing. It was actually kind of funny, honestly. I wouldn't say it's like a controversy, but it was, you know, it was a little dramatic. A bit of a dramatic reaction. I love how people are shocked about this, but yeah. There was drama when people thought the Sarisa was going to be pink-haired. Yeah, but that's not her reveal. That's speculation about what she's going to look like. I'm specifically talking about the reveal of her design and people picking it apart or not liking it or thinking it's too this or too that or it doesn't match this or that. You know what I mean? I'm talking about that. I'm not talking so much about people's speculation. There was a lot of dooming before she came out, and that's why it kind of surprised me, and I'm kind of pleased that there wasn't like a huge fallout afterwards. Anyway, I want to talk about vampires. And I people who are familiar with Slavic mythology will understand why, okay? And I'm just getting into it. I'm gonna get some stuff wrong, and there's a reason I'm gonna stay at Wikipedia level for right now, and that is because I know how much there is I don't know yet, and so I'm just gonna stay real high level for a bit, okay? But I will say this. I have a 45-minute currently essay on vampires written, and I was supposed to put it out a while ago, but the problem was kind of twofold. I had the thing that keeps his channel going is obviously all of you guys watching this, but financially speaking, it's sponsors. Sponsors come with deadlines. Unfortunately, those deadlines are rarely conducive with me actually being allowed to cook things the way I want to cook things. So because I had too many sponsor deadlines, I wasn't able to put that thing out. But I'm kind of glad now because there's more vampire stuff in snezhnaya that I'm actually quite chuffed with. I'm quite pleased. I'm quite pleased. Okay, so here's the thing. So, the Kreshnik torch, right? The Belisar used the Kreshnik crystal as an energy source for the Kreshnik torch. And the Kreshnik torch basically like heats up the whole area. It's geothermal heating system. Okay? Now, there are two potential references here, and I think both of them are actually applicable for different reasons. So the first one is obviously just straight up Kreshnik. This is a deity. It's a fire summer god. I'm actually pretty sure that this is gonna be the name or the primary reference for the King of Midsummer Oak myth. If you guys don't know, there is a myth in game that we've known about for a while. It's the story of two brothers, the King of Midsummer Oak and the King of Islaya, I think. The King of is it White Islaya? I forget. Anyway, King of Summer, King of Winter. They're brothers. And it's based on this Celtic myth of two gods basically representing the changing of the seasons. But in snezhnaya, the battle between the god of summer and the god of winter ended with the god of summer going away completely. So I think the Kreshnik here is going to be the representation of the midsummer oak, or at least like the remnants of it. It's possible even that the Kreshnik crystal could be made from the blood or bones or remains of whoever was the Kreshnik. And the reason is because we know that bone marrow and blood in this game crystallizes into rocks. Orobashi, for example, has crystal marrow. That crystal marrow carries their power, and that power can be forged into power sources, like delusions. How is this equivalent with John the Baptist? What does that have to do with anything? I don't know. I like I said, there's a reason why I'm going to stay real surface level, and it's because I don't have the answer to a lot of things. And the thing about Slavic mythology in particular is that it's pretty, how do I put this? It's pretty, how do I, a lot of Slavic mythology, like the original sources of it, are lost to time. So it's a very question mark mythology to study, especially if you're not someone who speaks any language from Eastern Europe or North Asia, If you don't speak any languages from that region, good friggin' luck having even like remotely good access to some reputable sources on some real mythology here. Anyway, so this guy's related to the Slavic sun god Svarog, which also kind of funny because in Star Rail in Belobog there was a robot underground that was kind of like controlling everything, or at least attempting to, and was going to obliterate the place based on his calculations because he figured that no one could survive anything. And so his name was also Svarog. I'm just saying. He also adopted a little girl named Clara. And Clara was a human who taught him that no, your calculations are wrong. We can totally do this. So that's fun. I'm just saying, if there ends up being an actual Svarog in snezhnaya, it's gonna be real funny. There's almost no sources of my own mythology. I just found a book with 960 pages, and that's it. All sources are Wikipedia without references. Yeah, basically. You can help with some Slavic mythology if you want. I would love like some reputable sources for Slavic mythology. I would love to get some references. I've had some sent to me that I haven't had a chance to comb through yet. But this isn't going to be a situation where I can just point to like the Kalevala and, you know, get a good chunk of the way towards understanding the stuff that Hoyo's referencing. Like a lot of this stuff is very nebulous. So whatever you guys have, I'm more than happy to look through. I have a feeling this hunt is going to be quite painful in general. Anyway, so this is fun though. This is fun. Now, the reason why this is funny to me is because if you remove the E, you can get a Krisnik, which is a vampire hunter. And this is really funny to me because it's a vampire hunter and also like a kind of like exorcist, and they turn into an animal at night to find the Kudlak. I'm probably going to say that wrong, and I'm probably going to say this next one wrong. Now, my understanding is that Kudlak is another way or a shorter version of the word Voldkudlak, which appears to be, I had to go here for this one, a vampire revenant, but also kind of maybe a werewolf. And this I think is super funny because we do actually have these in game right here, the Beast Fae, which I find very funny. And we've seen a few of these in the trailers and stuff like that. For those of you who don't know, though, originally vampires and werewolves have had like very, very, very similar roots. Like the original vampire, well, not the original vampire. A lot of the vampire myths from which we get the modern interpretation of vampires, especially in Eastern Europe, have a lot more in common with werewolves than they do our modern vampires. Like they were covered in hair, they were beastly, they looked like beasts, you know, and that was kind of like sort of where a werewolf and vampire relationships kind of spawned from. Like that's why that relationship is so deep. But this is super, super funny, okay? This guy here is the king of the Volkodak. I can't say this. Of the werewolf vampire revenant tribe of Fae, okay? When he was fighting the Belyet Tsar. And they have a long history of warfare together. And I'm like, well, that would make, because the Belyet Tsar is making the Kresnik torch, made from Kresnik crystal, does that make the Belyet Tsar like literally a Kresnik vampire hunter since he's fighting the Kudlak? You know what I mean? Because the Kudlak and the Kresnik have a rivalry. But that also means that because they've spelled it this way, that this is going to be a fight between a vampire hunter associated with light and summer and flame, and then a vampire revenant / werewolf beast type person who may be associated with winter and nighttime. Which is fascinating, given the fact that the Belyet Tsar appears to be entirely cryo. I'm not 100% convinced of that, though. I know that he was a cryo archon for a long time, but, like, it's very strange that he has these associations with summer. Santa the Vampire Hunter. Listen! Listen. You want to know what's really funny about the idea of Santa being a vampire hunter? Do you guys remember? I don't know if you guys were on this stream. I was talking about vampires again. And I mentioned that Jesus is technically has all of the hallmarks of a vampire. And historically, that was something that early Christians really had to contend with. They had to figure out like how to justify the fact that their Lord and Savior had all these vampire tendencies, but wasn't evil or like an evil monster kind of thing. That was like a whole thing. But I think it's funny that Santa comes and gives us presents on the birthday of Vampire Jesus. And before anyone says that Jesus' birthday isn't in December, I know that's not the point. I just think it's really funny, okay? Because he gives presents to children, and he's got a whole army of elves making toys and Christmas joy. I don't even think that was intentional on Hoyo's part. I just think this is really friggin' funny, okay? I just think this is just... Isn't Jesus an alien? I mean, in Genshin they are, yeah, kind of. Buccinella's a Christmas elf confirmed? I mean, technically, yes. Technically. Anyway, that's fun. It's fun. I think if I'm gonna lose it if the Belyitsar has a robot named Svarog. All right, I'm just gonna say if it's like an AI that runs the Kreshnik torch and its name is Farog, or like we have a super, I don't know, robot thingy connected to the AI of Graiai that's like a robot, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. It's more of Hoyo's one idea, but I just think this one's really funny because it's the one that I didn't see coming. I think that's hilarious. Isn't the Tsaritsa at least based off of Anastasia Romanov? Yeah. I mean, yesn't. Rotvong, as far as I can tell, should have been like a Rasputin-esque kind of figure. So there's that. There's one thing in here I'm wondering about. Noi here, very vampire. Okay, super vampire. Right? No one's gonna look at him and question me when I say this is a vampire, right? Like no one's gonna do that. I mean, we all know he's a fae, but I'm gonna argue that fae are vampires, so don't worry. The thing is about this dude. For fuck's sake, why is it like this? All right. Okay, so Voidnoi. I think, is it Vodyanoi? That might be his real name. I think this is Noi. Vodyanoi. I'm pretty sure. He appears to have been killed by the Belyitsar, but as we saw with, like, Flynn's, who is also very vampire-coded and faked his own death and then went into slumber for a really long time, I think it's very possible that is the case with Noi as well. You know? I think that's very plausible because, he was the ruler of Dalegrad, and if I remember correctly, in this... Oh, I'm actually gonna... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cheat. Hold on. I'm gonna cheat. Crap. Maybe it's not in here. It might not be in here. Damn. I thought it was in here. Maybe not. There was something else I was looking at. Where did Dalegrad come up? Or Dalegrad? I forget. There is. I saw it. I can't friggin' spell. This was interesting. He was this guy was the leader of the water imps. That I remember. That would make him a hydro unit of all things, potentially. That would also make him related to oh shoot, what's the Soprano's name? I've forgotten her name. The singer. Vodyanista, yeah. I mean, this could just be her dad. It might not actually be Noi, but I think there was a reason why I was looking at this. Oh yeah, first off, his name means rest, which just makes me think he's going to go into slumber, or that he's been in slumber. Do they have any Delgard in here? Is it Delgard or Dalegrad? I'm going to get this, but it's Dalegrad. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? I swear I was reading about this elsewhere. I forget. It might be we were doing exploration stuff, this area. They say in the stream that noise from the distant past and just recently came back. Yeah. I remember them mentioning that, but this place feels very noise coded. I know that obviously there's a world quest going on here. I remember something. I remember Dalegrad being in here, and now I can't remember where it is. Oh, I'm mad. I'm going to scoot ahead a little bit because there might be another place where it was here. And I should really write down timestamps, but I don't because I'm stupid. Sometimes. No, that was... Yeah, it's this spot. Okay. Was it this one? Maybe it wasn't. I'm mad! Where was it? Okay, I may have hallucinated it. It's okay. It's okay. I may have hallucinated this part. But it's okay. Anyway. Can we please go back to this one? No, okay. I don't remember where it is. It's in here somewhere. I read it. I know I read it. I didn't hallucinate it. Oh, maybe I did. It's possible. Anyway. My thought was that that he's one of the vampires that the Bel-Yit Tsar fought. Because he died at the hands of the Bel-Yit Tsar. Died in quotes, right? And then he went into sleep for a very long time. Right here. Yeah. Anyway, that was my little very disjointed side note into the Kresnik and the Kudlak. Kudlak? I don't know. I'll figure out the pronunciations when I get there. Working on it. Wait, there's a Morningstar City in Snezhnaya, 4752. What? Is there? You might have to translate this for me because I don't know a lot of these things yet. What do you mean an arc that used to be a soul? Okay, if what others said is true, that Noi means Noah, yeah, it might be. Except the arc that used to be a soul actually seems to be connected to Graiai. And I do want to talk about them. Rankoa Zoria means morning star. Oh, interesting. That's cool. I mean, it would make sense though for there to be like Dawnstar references here, if anything, because like Snezhnaya is built on the remains of Hyperborea, basically, right? Like Hyperborea was up here, and Hyperborea is where Koitar and Voyager launched their assault against the heavens, or plotted, I guess. It's actually at this point a little difficult to say whether they even got to the rebellion before Nibelung returned. That is still a little vague. But that still makes sense, regardless of whether or not there's a literal connection there. Zoria is Morningstar in Ukrainian. That's cool. Zoria in my language sounds like Zora, dawn. Yeah. Works for me. Zarya is sunrise. Yeah. Imagine Hyperborea is frozen under Snezhnaya. It's possible. I mean, like, there's big swaths of wasteland here, or just Iceland, where there doesn't appear to be a whole lot. And I don't know if this is literally a frozen lake, like they were talking about in the Pale Star book that we were just looking at, or if if this is just supposed to be snow. I genuinely don't know. I feel like this looks like a frozen lake to me. I come from the Great White North, almost. I come from America's Great White North. I come from the Great White North of the U.S., not Canada. And this looks like the frozen lakes I'm used to. If we dig deep enough, can we reach Hyperborea? I almost bet you that we'll go under the ice at some point for like a whole underground cave system of Enkanomiya style stuff. Isn't it crazy that all aliens and their spaceships end up close to or near Snezhnaya? I think there's a reason. The coloring looks a lot like a glacier. No, it does kind of, yeah. Those TP up left are all underground. That's true. Except that might not be underground. That might just be elevation. Because, like, as you can see, like, around here, there's, like, all of these mountains that are kind of, like, closing in. So this area might just be, like, really deep. Like, this is probably a really, really, really deep crater. If they're underground, maybe, but they also just might be at a really low elevation. Isn't there a quest called an Ark Made of Ice? There are some quest names that we can go over. There was a few things I want to talk about. So, the chapter's trailer makes sense now. Imagine how the people felt going from being ruled by Santa Claus to being ruled by Elsa. I still want to know more about the Shadow Realm. Like, no time resides there. I mean, to me, that sounds like the Abyss, right? The thing is we've always heard that Conria is either very close to or lives in the Abyss. And the Shadow Realm is described the same way Conria gets described. It's in the hidden places where the god's gaze does not fall, right? That is they literally say that about the Shadow Realm here. They say the Shadow Realm is the location where even the heavenly principle's gaze does not reach. So to me, the Shadow Realm, if not the Abyss, is at least Abyss adjacent because it matches some stuff. It's either that or we've never actually been to the Abyss. That's possible too. It's possible we've never actually been to the Abyss and we've always just been to the Shadow Realm, and the Abyss is actually not a place at all and never has been. And we've just been calling it the Abyss because we don't get it. And maybe the Shadow Realm itself borders the Abyss, or that's just where, that kind of stuff happens. Because descriptions of Conria also say that Conria borders the Abyss, if not is literally in it. And they used to have these like areas where they would descend downstairs and they would reach like the darkest depths. And that's where Ermin once brought the traveler sibling to absorb as much abyssal material as they can. But Skirk called it the Abyss. That's the thing. It's like, I think it's at least Abyss adjacent. To me, it makes sense because it matches the descriptions that we have of the Abyss. And then, like, if you look at even basic, or well, I shouldn't call it basic. If you look at less explicit, weird areas, like, say, Enkanomiya, that's in a place where time doesn't seem to pass quite right. And it's underground and it borders the Abyss. That is a canonical thing that, they say about Enka, is that it borders the Abyss. It's like in that weird border realm between the human realm and the Abyss. And the wind doesn't blow, in theory. Time doesn't move there. Even though they say they weren't abandoned by Istaroth. Time is really, really weird down there. Real weird. And then we have the chasm, right? The chasm also has that weird time issue. A very strange issue with time. And it's also windless. If you think about when child fell into the abyss, 3 days passed on the surface, 3 months passed underground. Is it just possible that no time passed at all underground? Right? Because it would have been a timeless land. So I'm tempted to say that the Shadow Realm is really just either abyss adjacent or the abyss itself. Like there's something that doesn't make sense to me about it being its own thing. I have a hard time contextualizing that with the world building that we have so far. It's giving Sea of Quanta? Kind of. The abyss has always been a bit Quanta-y. Isn't the chasm like actually physically beneath Liu? Yeah, no. When I say the chasm, I'm talking about the quest with Xiao and Ito and Yanfei. You remember? Where we were investigating when the abyss came up through the chasm. Xiao was looking for one of his Yaksha friends, or the remnants of him. I'm talking about that quest, when we went into the true depths of the chasm, not the actual chasm cave system itself. I'm talking about the deep depths in Perilous Trails. That one. Speaking of the chasm, now that I watch your Black Body Theory vid, I believe the red souls from the chasm are way more interesting. I forgot about those! Ah, man, what a missed opportunity. God damn it. This is what happens when I'm not allowed to cook. Damn it. Okay. I'm fine. God damn it. I'm not fine. Now I'm mad. Oh. I'm really mad now. Ah, yes, the woes of longtime lore. Remember when our predecessors had to just watch shows to get their episodes aired bit by bit? Yeah. The Shadow Realm also looks very similar to Abyss and Skirk Story Quest. Yes, it does. That's why it's really hard for me to divorce the two, you know? It's really hard for me to divorce the two. Very difficult. Ah, man. God, that makes me mad. What if fate is an entity? I mean, fate has been referred to. These are the Vodlaks, by the way, or the Kudlaks. I can't properly say the proper one. These are all the Beast Fae that I was mentioning earlier. Anyway, right, fate is an entity. In I don't know if it was as early as Fontaine, but at the very least in Fontaine, I remember I remember fate being referred to as a goddess, which I don't remember how to spell, but it's no, not that one. It's oh dear. I can't spell it. This is gonna be fun. You guys want to have a spelling game with me? Not Fortuna. It has a different name. Oh. I forgot about this. I could have been using this the whole fucking time. God. This game is too big now. It's too big. That was not what I wanted. Yeah. Hey, Mamarni. Hey, Mamarni. I can't spell it and I can't say it. And this is not right, but yeah. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe that is right. Is it right? Oh my goodness. It is right. Goodness. Yeah, okay. The fate of this world in the Narcissus Greats quest. This, yeah, yep, this one. The thing is, it is actually the name of a goddess, a fate goddess in Greek mythology. So it is possible. It is possible, but like even to that end, this is going to tie right into what I actually want to talk about too. This is nice. Um, to me, she feels like the fourth goddess from the three that are actually four, which kind of makes it feel like Moon Sister to Columbina pipeline sort of stuff. But the thing is, the more I hear, I mean, she might actually be like Ananki. You know what I mean? Like, I know that it's not technically I know it's not technically the same thing, but Ananki is interesting because she's the goddess of inevitability, aka fate. So her being that makes sense. But also, she was the one who had the spindle that the three Morai, or her daughters, fate, right here, the fates, spun the fate of the world from. So yeah, I think that's interesting. Partly because Ananki was the wife of Kronos Ion, and like in Gnosticism, Ananki and Kronos Ion were serpents. Now, this is going to take us down a really weird path, but we need to talk about the Grai. The Grai is how I'm going to pronounce it because that's an alternate spelling. The Eye of Grai is something that we get in snezhnaya. It's a monocle. It's a monocle that looks like a half moon that makes us also look like I've got a teardrop, like I'm crying, a crying moon, which also fits with Columbina's constellation of a crying dove, but also the moon goddess. I'm just saying. Anyway, so the Grai for a long time have been conflated with the Morai because they're both three sisters. And like a lot of their archetypes have an overlap. Some of you might be familiar with their archetype as sharing one eye and one tooth. If you guys have ever watched the Disney movie Hercules, the Morai in that movie are actually being fused with the Grai, because the Morai didn't share one eye between them, nor did they share one tooth. But the Grai also didn't spin the threads of fate, you know? So these are a little bit different. So the Grai are three sisters. Again, they share one eye and one tooth so that only one of them can eat and see at a time. Now, they are considered like warrior and very destructive entities. I think their names, I think it says down here somewhere. Maybe not. I wrote it down. But like, they get named terrible, warlike, and destroyer. Those are their three. The name, like that's what their roles or their names kind of mean. Hold on. Buddy, you're gonna lose your hearing so quick. And he wonders why he can never hear me yell at him. That's my neighbor. He's got a real big motorcycle. And it's very loud. Fortunately, he doesn't rev it in the yard. But he's also a bit hard of hearing and he wonders why. It's so loud. Anyway, so these guys were terrible, warlike destroyers, but they were also considered the sister of Medusa. Now, Medusa wasn't like born a monster, as if memory serves, but like they considered themselves the sister of Medusa, or considered Medusa as one of their sisters or one of their kind. So in Greek myth, they're actually responsible for giving information to the heroes on how to find and defeat Medusa. Now, Medusa, if you guys forgot for whatever reason, I don't know why you would, but she is a Gorgon. Gorgons had, well, in Medusa's case, she had a full head of snakes. Her whole, all her hair was snakes. So she's like a serpent deity. And that's really interesting to me because we know on the moon now that serpents and dragons are canonically adjacent and or the same thing. So serpents are dragons, but not all dragons are serpents. Maybe we should say that. All serpents are dragons, but not all dragons are serpents. Maybe that's we should help that. Medusa was cursed by Athena. I think it was Athena, yeah. I'm pretty sure. I could just scroll up. I could just scroll up and find out. But it's not really, it's actually not that important right now. Now, the fun thing, though, about the Graiai believing themselves to be the sisters of, or considering themselves the sisters of the Gorgons, and by association, Medusa, the Graiai actually have a lot in common with the Lamia. I don't know if you guys are very familiar with the Lamia, but the Lamia were a serpent race in mythology, specifically in Greek mythology. So this would explain their relationship to the Gorgons and stuff like that. But they yes, there's like one specific Lamia that kind of comes up as like just like a deity named Lamia. But it really is like a whole species or class of monsters, if you will. But they actually have removable eyes. So the Graiai having one eye that they share between them and also being related to the serpents makes it very plausible that they were Lamia. It's very interesting to me, specifically. Yeah, and it seems like, let's see, where editing is down here somewhere down in the special program. The question lines are. There we go. All right. I'm gonna turn this off for a second just so we can look at this without having that thing in the way. All right, so this is our adventure journal for Snezhnaya, which basically seems like it's going to be like a catalog of just all the quests in the area, and it can show you how you get to each one, how each one gets interconnected with another, which I think this is actually really cool. I actually like this feature. This is a neat feature. But this one right here, this quest here, right? An arc that used to be a soul. The description here says you must obtain the power that was separated from the eye of Graiai so that the eye can return and regain its body. You think about that in terms of this. Graiai appears to be a soul or possessing a spirit of some sort that is looking for a way to find its body somewhere. An arc that used to be a soul is interesting, though, in the context of like the whole video I just made on the stellar black bodies, where I was pointing out the descenders appear to be sort of like pseudo arcs of souls in the forms of tulpas, like we learned in Sandrone's, I'm gonna call it her story quest, that the tulpa that she was facing was basically made up of the resentment of all the souls that were cast aside by the Narcissenkreuz Ordo. So and Rene was also a tulpa. He went and absorbed a lot of souls from the Narcissenkreuz Ordo, and he wanted to absorb all of the souls within Fontaine to prevent them from all dying in the flood. And that makes his body an arc, which is fascinating to me. Vodyanista is kind of giving Lamia if you saw her mermaid form showed in the live stream. Yeah, a little bit. I wonder if they'll make a crossover with that. So I really think that this Graiai quest will probably lead us to lore about Descenders, just because of how closely that relates to like what happened with Renee and the Narcissus and Kreutz Ordo. And that kind of stuff. So there's that. Anyway. Sprout Without a Gardener also says, with the clues to the Eye of Graiai's power fragments in hand, the path to Okurov has been opened. Oh, maybe it was Okurov that I was looking for. Hold on. No, it wasn't. Never mind. I'm really pissed off because I know I saw this elsewhere, and the Dale Green, you can't free. Anyway, don't just leave me alone. Okay. I'll figure it out. I'll find it. I will find it. I'm gonna find it eventually. Yeah, so a sprout without a gardener feels a bit like an arc that used to be a soul, in the sense of like a sprout is sort of like a body. A gardener might be its soul, because the gardener is like the soul that cultivates the body, right? Maybe I'm reading a bit too deep into that. But anyway, Oko is an eye. Oh, what's Rav? Except that says Oku. Oh, does Okurav just mean eyes in general? Hold on. I should Google these terms is what I should do. Did I spell this wrong? Oh, eyes possessive. Oh, interesting. Maybe that's the name of the eye's body then. I don't know. Yeah, Audie's right. There's a lot of references to gardeners in Genshin. Actually, the one that predates before Sun and Moon is actually from Albedo, when we were in Dragonspine, because as Roosevelt was freaking out about earlier, shadows amidst snowstorms, which now that I look at it, that is a very snezhnaya icon. I have something to say about the snezhnaya icon actually in a minute. It was, I think it's just in the last, it's like in the aftermath, I think. I think it's this one. Well, no. Yes. Yeah. This one. Da-da-da.
It's as if there were three identical.
Ah, I forgot my speakers are on. You probably hear that twice. I don't think we'll do that. That involves a garden and a witch and a flower. I really don't think that was a made-up story. What are you talking about? What was a made-up story? Okay, anyway. Albedo was talking about being a gardener and gardening and stuff like that. But he did so in the context of like talking about Rhine-Daughter's work in alchemy. Right? And you guys remember what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about like how the Conrians could be descended from the Saritsa and how they've banned alchemy, and how Conria also had a very unique form of alchemy called chemia, which could make life. And Rhine-Daughter was a master of chemia, and she is considered a gardener right here. See, Paimon will have to be a gardener. Anyway. I think that's probably more what's going to be referenced here. But Shadows Amidst Snowstorms, if you guys haven't, or if you weren't around to play it when it came out, because you can't play it anymore, I would watch a playthrough of it, or at the very least, if you don't watch any other part of it, watch the last part of the quest. This part, like the breakdown part. A Secret Born from Ashes. This one's good. Okurov is a place suspended in time, surrounded by a maze river, and has a swamp in it, so there's most likely some Shadow Realm connections there. Okay. In which case, yeah, I'm thoroughly convinced of a third Descender thing now, because the whole making a tulpa via alchemy sort of thing, and making a primordial human, which is a Descender, out of alchemy, is also very much in it feels very analogous to the Graiai looking for its body. Really does, really does, really does, really does. That's cool. Perhaps Dainzef being a bowkeeper might be referring to a gardener. I mean, maybe. Um he feels more like someone who's I wouldn't call him a gardener per se. He feels more like someone who's picking up the dead branches of a pruned garden. You know what I mean? He feels less like the one cultivating and more like the one stealing all the trimmings because he's sad to see them go. Third Descender, not Voyager, right? For what? I mean, we're gonna get both Voyager and Third Descender lore in going forward, but I do think there's a distinct possibility that Voyager is the Third Descender. I do think there is a distinct possibility that is the case. But in order for that to be the case, Nibelung does have to be the second Descender for Voyager to be the third. Which I guess is it. I'm still mixed on that too. Still mixed on that too. Interestingly enough, though, I don't know if you guys noticed this. It what? Oh no, it's not this one. Sorry, it's this one. This was interesting though. In the Disenchantment and Deep Shadow, it says it was a time before the Tsaritsa, who now rule Snezhnaya, had ascended to the throne. A time when the land of ice and snow had not yet, due to the harbingers, forbidden all practice of the art of alchemy. This is interesting to me because this is a reason why alchemy is forbidden in Snezhnaya. The harbingers are the reason why you can't do alchemy in Snezhnaya. And I don't know why. And I don't really have any ideas other than maybe Piero's just salty. And it's his fault. But that's interesting. That's an interesting way to phrase it. Why aren't we considering a completely new and hidden entity who is the third descender? Because it feels unlikely right now. I mean, it could be, but there is a distinct possibility that Voyager possessed the body of a youth, but that youth's body was Ajax. And then when Voyager stopped possessing that body, Ajax still had the qualifications of becoming a descender. Like that is a possibility. That would make them the same person and different people at the same time. Also be very Fischl core. Like very Fischl core. Because Fischl in that case would be Voyager. Because in Shattered Halberd, Fischl possesses the body of a boy. And so they both kind of like coexist inside the same body, which he's in the body of a youth. So she's a separate entity. I don't know. It is interesting to think about it that way. So in a way, two persons, one body. Yeah, kind of. Anyway, I think that could be. Who is the second who came after? That's the thing. I'm still mixed on whether or not I even like or believe the idea that Nibelung can be the second descender, because it kind of, I don't know. It kind of screws. I guess it screws with my mind on like kind of how we've classified descenders. But I don't know. I don't know. In relation to alchemy, what's your opinion on the Chimera bosses? That's pretty full metal alchemist to me. I missed a lot of supers. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I didn't read the descriptions for the Chimera bosses, actually. I do want to do that. Hold on. Let's do that real quick, and then I promise I will look at supers. His button is funny. Like the dog with a huge nose. A mindless, soulless beast that wanders within the valley, abandoned before the grand ritual could ever reach completion. How can it embrace the hollow dreams locked within its shell with its crimson leaf like wings? That is kind of an interesting setup, isn't it? Soulless is also interesting in the context of stellar black body theory. But this one. Oh, it has two. Oh my god, I didn't even see the second head the first time. Jesus. I didn't know it had two heads. Oh, hey, Audie. Did you notice that the chest of the lion is shaped like that owl symbol you love so much? I just noticed that. Okay, sorry. All was born for a single grand dream, and thus 10,000 lives came to be. Yet all was merely for that solitary dream, and thus 10,000 souls perished in its wake. Open your wings, O engineered beast, for every living thing before you is your sworn enemy. That does kind of seem like both chimeric entities don't possess souls, and that they're just a fusion of the bodily, mortal, physical remains that they left behind, and something else happened to the souls. Oh, you noticed it has an owl face on its chest. Of course you did. You love this shape. Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Sorry for the delay. Jack, thank you for the super. The Day of Reckoning Renova speaks of, does that mean she's planning to third descender the Traveler? I think like they basically have like a no, how do I put this? I think the shades may have like a no interference policy. I mean, we kind of know that they do. And they only step in when they absolutely feel it's necessary to fulfill their objective of upholding the laws of the heavenly principles. And I kind of feel like, to me at least, the Traveler's actions thus far may not have actually been problematic, as in nothing they've done so far actually hinders the plans of the heavenly principles yet. But I think maybe interfering in snezhnaya crosses a line for one reason or another. There's something about what's going on in snezhnaya that the descender has finally agreed to participate in, that now the shades find it problematic and need to step in. Colors of gems on the lion look like Fey skin marks. Oh, you mean like the crystallized texture? Yeah, they kind of do. But yeah, I mean that's kind of how I see it currently, and that makes sense to me. Let's skip ahead though so we can see it. Oh, should also have the subtitles back on. A civilization that fails to learn its lesson constantly depletes its own worth. It will one day lose any reason for its existence, which just means that, yeah. It means that snezhnaya, out of all the nations so far, is probably the one that the Heavenly Principles deems worth getting rid of. It has no more use for them. Yeah. Hence, consider your position carefully. I don't like the lighting on her face here. It looks super weird. I like her model, don't get me wrong. The lighting is friggin' weird. I don't like the lighting. It's very odd. The scenes where Ether is fighting Renova is out of order. I think, yeah. No, 100%. 100%. What did she say? I didn't read that. This might have passed as a coincidence for the first time, but a second time. Again, am I to assume you are intentionally interfering in Snezhnaya's affairs? It does seem that way. It is interesting, though, too, that, like, it seems like the Traveler's cycling through their powers as they fight her. Because right now they're using Animo, which is interesting. And that manages to put a very small nick on her dress. It's possible she's referring to Natlan as the first time. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Because that would mean that she did see the Traveler and Paimon, but didn't deem it worthy to speak to them. Because they weren't actually interfering in anything. They were just witnessing. Which is what they've been for the well, it's not really what they've been. They've been an active witness. A participatory witness. But yeah, no, the Windblade just barely grazed her. But I feel like it's important that it's wind that did this. You know what I mean? Because I feel like the other one looked like it was electro, mostly. This one? Well, it looks like electro cryo mix, maybe. Maybe this is stellar conduct. But stellar conduct doesn't seem to be an issue for Renova. Although we don't really see the aftermath of that strike, I don't think. Oh no, here we do. Electro gets pushed back, no problem. But Animo gets through. Animo gets through. Very strange. Because it's related to Istaroth? I mean, maybe. The thing is I feel like Istaroth currently is the one most likely to turn on the other shades. Which is a weird thing to say because we've got Rhine-Daughter being the shade of life or whatever. I just feel like how do I put this? How do I put this? I feel like time mourns the loss of space more than life and death do. How does that feel? I think that's it. I also feel like it's very possible that Istaroth is protecting Paimon because it appears that, this whole scene is Ether or Lumine trying to protect Paimon, and it looks like they might not make it in time. Well, the Electro from earlier is just from ability. I don't think so, because they tried to pierce her shield with it. But if that's the case, I feel like it does lend a bit more credence to the idea that Paimon's actually related more to Asmodee than anything else. Because two things. First off, Renova and the other shades are looking for Asmodee specifically. It's very possible that in Natlan, Renova didn't recognize Paimon. Because who would? And this time she's recognized her and has decided to take her home, so to speak. Asmodee Cube shows up to protect Paimon. That would be funny. That would be real funny. Real funny. I feel like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Paimon to be targeted like this by Renova for any other reason. In your opinion, Istaroth is a neutral one because she knows what will happen next. That's possible too. But I even if she's neutral though, that would mean that like her element still could possess the ability to break through the shield of death, so to speak. Genshin's logo in America has Paimon's crown, but its logo for Asia has Asmodee's stars. Does it? Have I never noticed that? Hold on. Because Paimon's crown does have a star in it. Oh yeah, I guess it kind of does, doesn't it? You're right. You're right. Because these are the 1, 2, 3s. I don't know what the character is. So I don't know if well, actually, it actually does have Paimon's crown too. Paimon's crown is right here. Paimon's crown is right here, and then Asmodee's stars. You're right, though. But see, that just makes it more likely. That just makes it more likely. Also, this is definitely Paimon's texture or cape texture. Also, one thing I will point out, if we're gonna do the whole Paimon Asmodee thing, Paimon's eyes are blackish, but they're also kind of blue. They're like bluish black. But then Asmodee's are gold. And the thing is, before I think it's Flame Scion. Maybe it's not Flame Scion. The thing is Kiana has a blue-eyed form and she has a yellow-eyed form, and then she has another form where she is blue and yellow-eyed in both eyes. Oh, it's not Flame Scion. I'm just gonna search for that and see if it pops up. There we go. She does for quite a while have the yellow and blue mixed in her. So like I do think that this is still potentially the play here. Have you noticed the name of the new 5-star forms is literally calling X AI Fanes? No, it's being called Exophanes or Exophanes. Exophanes? Yeah. I don't think it's XAI. What? Oh, this must have autoplayed. Has this been autoplaying in the background the whole time? Whoops. It's very confused. What the heck is this? I don't know what that is. Just kind of kept going. What was I saying? Exophanes. Okay. Okay, so the name Phanes means firstborn or first light, or more specifically, first emerging. But Xi in these terms means like transcendent or beyond or extra, as in like extraordinary or extraterrestrial, that kind of thing. I don't think it's meant to be an X AI named Phanes. I don't think that's it. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be this one. I'm pretty sure. Oh, this one says driving. That's not the one I was looking for. I was looking for a slightly different one. But if that's also the case, that's fine. The one who drives Phanes. Oh, wait, I would like that one better. I would like that interpretation so much better, though. I would like that one so much better. Okay, I'm gonna go on a tangent. Hold on. Okay. I don't remember where exactly this is. I remember reading it as like extraordinary, but now it's like 6 and now it's like to drive. So we're just going to ignore my initial one. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be transcendent, but if it's this one, that's actually better. That's better for me. That's better for my personal agenda. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Okay. So I have a theory, which is part of vampire theory. But I have a theory that Phanes is not the name of the first descender. I have a theory that Phanes is the name of the body that the first descender currently inhabits. And the reason why that's relevant is because I think Phanes, the first descender, is a body snatcher. I think, actually, it's very possible that the name Phanes is Nibelung's original name. And it's the name of his vessel, his body. He was the first light that emerged, the one that kicked off the light of creation. And the reason why then before Sun and Moon would be like, well, the name of the primordial one may have been Phanes, is because it might have been the name of the vessel of Phanes. So on the moon, we learned all about the stellar black bodies, right? And I wrote a whole theory about how I'm pretty convinced that a stellar black body in this case is also analogous to a soul. And I think descenders in particular are souls that can carry the weight of a lot of other souls. So the first descender in this case may have actually arrived into that with their own body. But I think when they ascended to the seat of God and took over the world and created their shades and all that kind of stuff, or assigned their shades, I should say, I think they may have done so Dottore style, where they digitized themselves or astral projected, I guess, separated their soul from their body, and then implanted their soul into the vessel of creation, aka Nibelung's body. Whatever's powering to that. And the reason for that is because I think, based on the progression of like the technology on the moon and stuff, Nibelung feels like he should have traveled the space the same way Voyager did, astral projecting. So he would have sent his soul out and left his body behind. And in doing so, it would then make sense why it would be so important for him to leave the 3 moon sisters behind to protect to that, but also his slumbering body that he left behind. And because, like, otherwise, I feel like the sovereigns can pretty much take care of protecting to that at the whole. But it would make sense if the 3 moon sisters' job was actually to protect Nibelung's vessel, right? That would make sense. I know but like, I feel like they also didn't really understand the instructions that well. They misunderstood the assignment. But that would make sense to me, because then he returns angry and abyssal and like corrupted. He can't get back into his body. And that might be the reason why we've never actually seen an incarnation of Phanes. Like, we've never seen a depiction of them. They just said they have wings and a crown. Well, in this game, a crown can also be a crown of horns. Horns are synonymous with crowns in this game. And wings matches Nibelung. Nibelung had wings. We don't know that the first descender technically had wings when they first arrived. That's not necessarily a thing. So I'm wondering also, hold on, before we move on, hold on. There's one more thing. The other thing that gets me, this is Nibelung, okay? This is when Nodcry was just about to release, they talked about the era before the arrival of the Heavenly Principles, when Nibelung raised the moons into the sky. But they call him very specifically the now nameless ruler. And we've been calling him Nibelung the whole time, but I have been, and I've pitched this idea before, I have been operating under the assumption that Nibelung might actually just be his last name, his surname, because Nouvelette's name, we don't know his first name. We only call him by his last name. Nouvelette is a surname. So we also know that in Genshin and into that, names are equitable to fate. But more specifically, names represent the role that you play within the story. So if the first descender was to take over as the ruler of Tevat, what better way to do it than to steal the identity of the creator deity and also their name, right? So this works really well. Okay, so the reason why I went on this tangent. It has to do with this sword, because this sword, Exi Phanes, Phanes being the first emerging, if this is also technically the identity of just the creator god in general, and you take on this identity to become the creator god, then the driver, or the Exi here, the driver of the first light, makes more sense because it makes it feel like you are the driver of the solar chariot, right? That would make Nibelung a sun god, which does make sense. And Phanes also being a god of light, god of the sun kind of thing, right? God of the daytime, actually, is what he or they actually are. So that works for me quite well. That works for me a lot. Because then in that case, like the sword of reason becomes the key to which you move the body of the creator deity. It's driving the solar chariot. Anyway, if fate was only established after HP took over, would names even matter before that? That's the thing, though. It doesn't matter when technically that would have been established, because it could very well be that HP, or the heavenly principles here, established the rules of fate, but that wouldn't preclude themselves from those rules. In order for them to fulfill their role and complete the fate that they want to complete, which is to be the god of the world, they would need to possess the identity of the god of the world. So why not steal it? They've stolen most everything else. I should say they've repurposed most everything else into that. Why not an identity? You know, right now the only thing into that we're pretty sure wasn't a, how do I put this? Wasn't taken from dragon technology is the celestial nails. That's like the one thing that we can't 100% link back to the dragon. So like that would be like the one unique thing currently to the heavenly principles. But like Dottore stealing Escher's identity? Yeah, exactly. But also remember that Dottore was experimenting with the idea of putting minds in different bodies. Remember in those little bubbles during the Nod Cry quest? He was swapping around minds and souls and all sorts of stuff. And if you want to extend the metaphor further, here's your Deshret mention for the day. Because Deshret did something similar where he separated his mind from his body, and his mind, or soul rather, because they're the same thing in this case, became a dark star, or in my interpretation, a stellar black body. And he very well could have then entered another vessel. It's very possible. Because, like, at one point, Deshret was, his soul was actually in the mausoleum, while his body was in Kajnasut. His body was in Kajnasut to be eaten by a pep because of the Golden Slumber Throne thing. But his soul was actually in the mausoleum, which is is where Aru is. And Aru is the new Irminsul. You see what's happening? So he was originally the one driving Aru until he went a little haywire. And then Rukkhadevata had to put him in timeout. So he was in a machine. He was literally in a machine. He was driving the machine of Aru. I'm just saying. Now, I'm not trying to make the argument that Deshret is the heavenly principles. I'm not trying to make the argument that he's Nibelung. I'm not doing that. I'm saying that there's an allegory to be learned from here. You know? You mourn Deshret as the sinner theory? Deshret, there's still, listen, unless you want to argue that Vedrfolnir is actually the rock, which I don't think he is, it's still quite possible that rock is Deshret. And that Vedrfolnir is just using that rock like a giant vision. That is still a distinct possibility. That has not been disproven yet. I mean, it wouldn't mean that there's like anything particularly special about it. It just means that like Deshret's being used like the remnants of Orobashi. That's all. Which I think is funny. Anyway. Reminds me of the Paimon system. Yeah, that was a really old theory. Really old theory. I got a lot of crap for that theory back when I made it, because everyone was saying, oh no, Azimon is an obvious reference to Asimov. It's not a Paimon thing. And I'm like, no, but it can be both. People did not like that theory. People did not like that theory. Anyway, that was my Exophane theory thing. Also, okay, that reminds me. There's one thing I want to pitch. I want to pitch something. Okay. Could nails be repurposed storage vessels? Nails reweave Irminsul, which is a databank, so they kind of change info on the disk. Yeah, I mean, they could be methods of, like, storage methods. They could be. Wait, so where is the Heavenly Principles if he did possess Nibelung's body? An excellent question. Wherever the shades were meeting with all those golden threads, wherever that space is probably where the body of Phaenus / Heavenly Principles / Nibelung might be. Because the thing is remember, the Heavenly Principles also made the myth about the primordial human, they marked it as heretical, right? They banned it. You're not supposed to tell that myth. But the myth basically says that the primordial human, aka the Heavenly Principles, the first descender, was born when the power of light and the power of darkness mixed. So Nibelung being a dragon born of the light realm, and Phaenus, or that first descender, in the context of this theory, calling him Phaenus is getting really confusing. The first descender would be actually the power of darkness, because in my opinion, a descender has a lot more close relationship to the abyss than anything else. Like, for example, the traveler can absorb a near infinite amount of abyssal material. So if a power of darkness enters a body of light, then that is the birth of a primordial human. You see what I'm saying? Where the power of light and darkness mixed. And that's why it feels so plausible to me. Anyway. Do you think the primordial one also hijacked our AI? I don't think so. I feel like the ship's AI is a little questionable now, because unless the AI is Paimon, which is still possible, I'm not sure I like that idea, but it is possible. It's just weird that it gets mentioned, but then when the traveler goes to check the spaceship's logs, they never mentioned their AI. Like, don't you think they would have been questioning where their AI went? So that leaves you with a situation where either the traveler knows what Paimon is and knows that they're the ship's AI, or the AI is kind of like something that doesn't matter that much. You know what I mean? Like, there's something odd about the AI, but I don't necessarily think it's related to the first descender right now. Have I ever considered streaming these on Twitch? No, I don't want to. Man, I don't even have like a Twitter or a Blue Sky or an Instagram or a Snapchat or a TikTok. I don't have any of those things. I don't know how people keep up with all those things. I don't want to. I want to live an offline life, okay? I'm just doing my thing. I don't want to deal with Twitch. What a pain in the butt that is. Okay, I'm sorry I've gotten real behind on the supers. I got real distracted. I still have more to talk about. Leo Lionheart, thank you for the super. I apologize for the wait. It's been a minute. I won't miss you though. You said vampire biting Faye said Faye should serve him as he drank her blood. Faye said he should serve her as he ate Faye food. They called her a lawyer. Lawyer says congrats. They say congrats on what? Lawyer says your marriage. Is this a myth? Is that a real myth? We're like, oh, is that what people were talking about earlier when they were saying like it's a real fairy tale? There was like a vampire, and then they fed their blood, and then they drank the blood, and then they're like, oh, by the way, now you're married because you drank each other's blood. Is that the thing? Oh, it's a meme. Okay. By eating Fae food, you got to stay with them. That's actually true in some myths. That is true. That much I know. No, it's a D&D joke. Okay. I gotcha. I don't know Dungeons and Dragons very well. I hope that's apparent. I hope that's apparent. Interesting. Okay. Well. Okay, even if it is a meme though, I'm going to humor you for a second because Hoyo did take a lot of inspiration from the Forbidden Realms campaign from Dungeons and Dragons to make Genshin. So I do feel like even then, um, that still might not be completely irrelevant. Anyway, you never know. Andy Good Ruby, thank you for this super. I appreciate you. Hi, love your videos and your theory. Thank you. It's very nice. I'd love to make videos too, but I don't know where to start because I first have to translate everything into my language, Greek. By translate everything into your language, do you mean like all of the like just regular lore? Translating that into Greek first? Because I would do it afterwards. I know a few people who do Genshin lore in like Spanish, and they actually write in English first so that they use all the English terms, and then they just translate the final script into Spanish afterwards. I almost wonder if that might be easier. Alternatively, something that YouTube does, if you're willing to put in the work for this, because it is extra work, you can do 2 audio tracks. You can do an audio track for English and you can do an audio track for Greek. And if that's too much work, just know that you can edit your subtitles and you can just make sure that the subtitles or all of the lore terms are done in English if you're more familiar with those. And then you can just make sure that the bottom, you can actually add footnotes and subtitle, like footnotes into the subtitles. So you could have like the English word and then in parentheses like whatever your Greek translation might be, like your because I know it probably doesn't have like an official Greek name for a lot of this stuff, but just like a close approximation, you could do that too. Are auto dubbed videos AI? Because I've seen people use that. Auto dubbing has been around for a really long time. I think they call it AI now, but oh wait, auto dub. No, sorry, auto subs have been around for a really long time. Auto dubbing is AI generated. Yes. Sorry. My brain was still on subtitles. Auto dubbing is 100% an AI thing on YouTube's part. The part that's AI though is the voice modulation. So I believe that the actual words are still using the subtitling engine, but they've made an AI generated voice pack or voice bank, I guess, that will try to mimic your voice and cadence as closely as it can. I find it incredibly off-putting. I don't like it. I really don't like it. Like even ethics about AI aside, I don't like it. It's really it feels super weird. It feels super weird. But yeah, you could try doing it that way. I think though, like, if you do want to go for like ultimate accessibility for your videos, multiple languages is the way to go. If you have it in you to do like 2 audio tracks, I would do that. I would do an English version and I would do a Greek version. And I would write, I would not worry too much about trying to translate stuff exactly, because like even in Chinese, a lot of the stuff that like a lot of the names and references to real world stuff from elsewhere in the world, um they don't have like a Chinese equivalent. They just use a phonetic spelling. So even the original text does that. So I wouldn't feel daunted by that. Just use your best judgment, I think. If you need to use English pronunciations for some of these things, go right ahead. But I mean, like you're working with a lot of different languages, like a lot of different languages from around the world. So I wouldn't stress about it too much. Autodubbing feels like a skinwalker took someone's voice. It really does. It really does. Sometimes, like, an autoplay will come on. I'll be like, oh, this video looks interesting. And it'll be like at the end of another video, and it'll start to play. And for the first like 2 seconds, it sounds okay. And then all of a sudden, you're just like, why does this video sound so weird? And then you scroll down and it says auto dubbed, and you're like, frig it. I wish it wasn't a default option. I wish I could turn it off elsewhere, but you have to turn it off like video per video, and it's so annoying. Especially because it defaults you to like auto dubbing in whatever your native language is. So if you're bilingual, you speak Spanish and English, and you can watch videos in English or Spanish, but your like main language is set to Spanish in YouTube, and you put on a video that's in English, it automatically swaps to an auto dub in Spanish, and it's like, stop that. Don't do that. Anyway. Even Genshin's English team messes up a lot. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't stress about it too much. And the best advice I can give to anyone who wants to make videos is just to do it. Just go out and make one. If it doesn't work, like it doesn't get traction, that's okay. Take it as a learning lesson. Make another one. Incorporate the stuff you learned from the first one into that one. And then just do that. Because like half the YouTube game is luck, honestly. Just striking it lucky. But I think the most important thing for Genshin when it comes to it being, or not even Genshin, to YouTube, sorry, because it's such a crowded space in general, not just for lore and theory vids, that's varying levels of crowded versus barren, depending on what you're looking for and which game it is. But I think the most important thing you can do is to just keep trying, see what you can learn from each video as you put them out, and then also try to be as authentic as you can. Like, don't try to force your style to match someone else's just because you think someone else's style is popular or that you really like it. Figure out what it is you like about that style, figure out how that incorporates into your style, and then go from there. Because, like, I feel like, not even feel like, but you can really tell when someone is trying to do something that does not come natural to them, you know? Like, people who like try to be super super funny when being comedic isn't really in their nature so much, or people who try to be really serious but you can just hear them trying not to laugh the whole time, things like that. And I feel like that tends to not come off great a lot of the time. And those are probably really basic examples that aren't very good, but you kind of get the idea. What video programs do I recommend? I think Filmora is highly underrated. We've had a lot of problems. I say but one of my editors uses Adobe Premiere, and that's kind of one of the industry standards, so it's understandable. And they've been using it for a really long time, so best to use the software you're familiar with. But we've had so many issues with Premiere just being friggin' weird. And oftentimes Premiere like exports weird and gives us these glitches, and then we have to re-export and then watch the whole video again to make sure it didn't glitch somewhere else. And it's just like, it's like this whole thing. I've been using Filmora for a long time. And I've never had a real problem with it, except one time when they between one version update and another version update, they changed the way the scroll works. Like the zoom function, like originally it worked so that it zoomed in on the cursor in the timeline, right? But then they changed it so that it zooms in on the cursor of the mouse, and that messed me up. And it was so infuriating because they didn't give you any way to choose between which zoom mode you wanted. They just changed it with no warning. And that's like the one time Filmora has betrayed me. And yeah, they have a lot of AI features in there too. But the thing is, all video software editing these days, all of them are just packed with features. AI voice modulation, AI noise cancellation, AI subtitling, AI what's a color correction. Like it's just half that shit isn't even AI. It's so annoying. Anyway, apart from that one thing, I would say Filmora is my pick. overall, it's actually a pretty affordable option too. You do have to pay for it. I personally think it's worth it. If you don't want to pay for anything, then your option is basically DaVinci. DaVinci's fine. It's very powerful, but I kind of hate it because it's too complicated for what I need. Like it gives you every feature, every possible feature. And the learning curve is nuts. I find it's streamlined, like the flow of editing clips to be really slow. It's so painful to work in. I can't in good conscience recommend it because I hate it so much, but I think for really advanced video editors who know what they're doing and want all those features and really want to get into the weeds, it's great. It is like an industry standard. It's like super powerful, but it is not, in my opinion, it is not meant for people who just make like really basic YouTube videos like me. It's just not. So, anyway, I'm sure there's others. I've tried a lot of them, and of them all, I prefer Filmora the most. So, there's a lot of power, but I think my bare minimum things to touch to do my work for DaVinci, yeah. Yeah, you don't need a whole lot of stuff to do like the most videos. But like if you're making a movie or like something with special effects, or you want to keyframe stuff or 3D model or do work with puppets or things like that, DaVinci is great for that. But if you're just streaming clips together for, you know, a video game, you probably don't need that. You probably don't need that. Speaking of the recent theory, couldn't Traveler's ability to absorb stellar blackbody be used to tear off pieces of the firmament and collect souls from it? La la wishes. I mean, yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, we've seen them collect the wishes of people before, just not straight from the firmament, but like from locals, like we did in Inazuma and like we did in Lua. They collected wishes in both of those cases. So like it is a possibility. I just think that might be a bit daunting of a task given the traveler's current power level. Cyrus Gold, is Renova trying to post-humus apotheosis Paimon? Wow, what a phrase. What a phrase. I mean, I think she's trying to capture her. I do wonder if maybe killing Paimon could cause her to revert to something else. But also, Renova's powers do seem to extend to memory wiping. If you recall the what are the caskets called in the Temple of Space? I forget. The big caskets in the Temple of Space in the hell area, right? The limbo region where you have to go to meditate until all your desires are gone. Though that power up in there is hers, right? So she actually does have the power to like take people's memories and wipe their memories and do things like that. So it would not surprise me if she was not attempting to kill Paimon so much as wipe Paimon's memories. I think that's a distinct possibility. But again, death is a one-time loss of memories. So if you wipe all of Paimon's memories, I guess she kind of technically dies. Muranasati, yes, thank you. Yes. Renova and Arlecchino both having memories. Yeah, I mean, Renova's stuff or Arlecchino's stuff is related to the Crimson Moon. My guess is that Renova's authority is at least partly okay. So I have another theory unrelated to this, but since we're talking about Renova, it's fine. All right, so the original authorities into that, as distributed by Nibelung, came in a set of 3. They came in, the Trilunar Authority. Now, I think that the 3 authorities were actually split into 4 authorities. And I think the original 3 authorities were time, space, and then life and death as one authority. And the reason I think that is entirely based on colors. Aria is gold. Gold would be the authority of space. Canon is blue. That would be memories, so the authority of time. And then sonnet is pink, or as I like to call it, light red. And the thing about sonnet is sonnet being red makes her associated with the color of blood. Now, blood is a symbol of both life and death, because if you bleed out, you die. But the lifeblood of life is blood. That was a stupid sentence. It sounded smarter in my head. I love saying things out loud that don't make sense. My point is that in the era of the dragons, life and death were not yet a separate authority. Let's see if I can actually pull up where it says that. Hold on. Is gonna be an early nod cry. Early nod cry. Early nod cry. Like the launch. Nod cry launch. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. This one, right in the very beginning. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. In that era, there was no boundary between life and death. That's what they say. So to me, I'm looking at this going 3 authorities. Now we have time, space, and then life and death as one, represented by blood. Then if you translate that into the 4 shades, the difference that the Heavenly Principles made is that they split the authority of sonnet, aka life and death, right? So space goes to Asmodee, time goes to Istaroth, and then life and death gets split into Naberius and Renova. See? Isn't that neat? Isn't that neat? Isn't that neat? I think that's neat. But how if the Shades and the Moon Sisters coexisted? And I don't think that we've heard of them losing their authority while that lasted. See, that's where things get kind of weird in the sense of like they didn't steal the Trilunar Authority. They just changed the rules. And thus they would have changed the hierarchy within the heavenly order, so to speak. Because in order for there to be new laws imposed by the Heavenly Principles, they have to be able to override, to some degree, the old laws. Which means that instead of having Nibelung Trilunar Authority sovereigns, you end up with Heavenly Principles, Shades Trilunar Authority, and then Archons eventually. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like when you're in the Discord list and you're swapping around the roles and like the role that's at the top takes priority. It's like that. That's what I think. So it's not so much that an authority was split or stolen, it's that it was replicated. But I think that because those authorities and those rules were redistributed, in that new the replicated system, life and death were split. You see? Is that why Canon wanted to talk to Istaroth? I personally think so, yeah. It is worth noting that Zebai served Sonnet, though. But I don't... And Zebai is, like... was considered the daughter of Istaroth at some point, but... that's neither here nor there. 'Tis just a theory. 'Tis just a theory, as it were. As it were. As it were. The Heavenly Discord server is a great visual. I'm sorry that's where my brain went. If Sonnet had death authority, then why did the Frost Moon accept the souls? of the dead from the boatman, shouldn't all the souls go to the Crimson Moon? No. I think here's the thing. I don't think the souls going to the moon was part of the original plan because the moon was made long before human souls were a thing and the boatmen were a thing. The soul repository on the moon appears to have been a later addition by the heavenly principles, right? That's kind of the point. So in when I was making the stellar black body theory, I was pointing out that it was more likely that because the lunar veil is most likely the prototype of the firmament that's onto that, the souls going to the moon was part of the heavenly principles attempt to create a prototype for the firmament, because we know that the firmament is like to a degree a modified version of the lunar veil, right? So to me it makes sense if all the souls went to the moon first because that's where the lunar veil experiments were. And then after the War of Funerary Flame, when the firmament went up to protect against um the oncoming abyss because of Nibelung, it would make sense that then all of the souls no longer go to the moon, not just because it's out of the false sky, but also because the souls now needed to get routed to Irminsul so that Irminsul could emit the black body matter to form the lunar veil. Well, the Terran veil, I guess we should call it. So I don't necessarily think that kind of refutes anything because I don't think it was intentional for the souls of the people of Tevat to go to the Frost Moon when the moon was created. That was a later addition. The boatmen existed before the War of Funerary Flame. So yeah. But okay, before we move on, that has some contingencies with it, as in the stellar black body theory kind of has to be somewhat accurate for that to be the case. Okay, I have to put an asterisk on that and say like that is contingent on me being right about the stellar black body stuff. So wait, so that one tree on the Frost Moon could serve as another Irminsul? It was one. Like it was the original one. Those lunar trees were genetically modified using the data found that was extracted by Maggie's Getty in the stellar black body. So stellar black body genetics were spliced with the what are they called? Moon something trees. Fuck. Moon, are they moongrove trees? They're moongrove trees, aren't they? Hold on. Oh, fuck. I don't remember the name of the tree. What was the name of the tree? Moonshade. Thank you. God damn. Moonshade trees. Yes, the moonshade trees were genetically modified with the stellar black body matter. So that when they were stimulated with Archeolune energy, they would emit black body matter, or radiation. It's kind of hard to tell from the translation, out as the lunar veil. So the moonshade trees on the moon are prototypes for Irminsul. Now that said, Irminsul existed in Tevat long before this happened, but it had a different purpose back then, as we can see with Apep's relationship to it, right? Like Apep was sort of the keeper of the original Irminsul. So when Irminsul was usurped by the heavenly principles and then modified, it ceased to perform the function that it used to perform. Now, personally, I think having a tree being a sort of like library, a historical record, you know, like a an ancestral historical record for dragons. I think that makes sense as Irminsul's original function. We can't confirm that, but it would vibe with Apep, okay? It would make sense if it was like a historical record, but also contains like genetic information about the dragons, et cetera, et cetera. Like it's basically like a repository, a data bank. And then the Heavenly Principles took Lusalim's research, brought it to Tevat, because we know Lusalim gave the Heavenly Principles his research, and then used that research to prototype modifications to Irminsul on the Frost Moon, and then they actually did it during or just before the War of Funerary Flame. Yeah. Apep also had physicians, so medicine and stuff. That's why I think it was also like a genetic library. So like it would have had all of the informations about dragons, not just their history, but also their genetic data, et cetera, et cetera. Because like if you think about like how each primordial element works right now, like phlogiston is programmable matter, so it's like substance, right? But you can basically encode data onto that substance. And then you have the primordial sea, which is like really more of a spiritual side of things, in my opinion. Like it's memory, but it's also like soul and heart and stuff. So we've got knowledge in Natlan via phlogiston, but we have the soul, spirit, mind, heart in the primordial sea. But then we have all of the genetic and like DNA scaffolding, architecture, instructional side of things via Irminsul. So you kind of start to see how you can sort of connect these three in order to make a system that would keep the world running. Anyway. What was I saying? I was working on something. Oh dear. I got distracted. What else is new? What else is new? Omar, thank you for this super. Have you seen the Mitya Angel theory? It's pretty cool. I've seen something like it floating around. I don't know how much I buy into it, if only because at this point in time, I don't know that we know of a Seelie that was male, but it would be interesting. I personally think he has more of an alchemist vibe to him. But one thing I will say, I don't necessarily subscribe to this, but something I found really funny is that you know how the Tsaritsa is based on Anastasia Romanov. The thing is in, in the West, at least, I think one of the most iconic retellings of the story of Anastasia is this one, the 1997 animated version. This is probably the one that most people will think of when they think of Anastasia. But what I want to point out here is that the love interest in this movie's name is Dmitri. And Mitya is short for Dmitri. And I don't know if that's intentional, and I don't even know if it means anything, but is it funny as hell? Yes, it's really funny. I love this movie, actually. It's very good. It's a very good movie. It's got good music. Does this have any real implications for the story at large? Probably not. But you never know. You never know. Okay. What was I doing? What was I doing? Both are very common names. Yeah, I know. I know. I know they're both very common names, Dimitri especially. But I just think it's very funny that they did that. Because like that kind of puts Dimitri more in a descender camp. And if he's like an alchemist, because obviously he's studying the Kreshnik torch and things like that. We've seen him do that in other trailers. I think it makes more sense for him to have information towards or be studying the research of or something along those lines for descenders more than angels. But that's my personal take. I haven't seen like a full analysis of why Mitya might be an angel apart from the mural in Dragonspine. Is holding a symbol that looks quite similar to the ones that are on Mitya's clothing, but that symbol is, in my opinion, not unique to angels. I really think it's unique more to alchemy than it is to angels. I think angels are in the Dragonspine mural are more sharing the secrets of alchemy rather than it being a symbol that is unique to angels, I guess. He's a scientist. They said that. Yeah, but alchemists are scientists, you see, because alchemy is proto-science. It's what we did before we had science. That's the thing. So he's a quote unquote scientist. My guess is he's probably one of the very few in Snezhnaya who are permitted to study alchemy. That's my take. Looks like the world formula model. It does. It also looks like a galaxy, and or like a solar system model, and it also looks like an atom, or at least our traditional depiction of an atom. So, you thought Mitya would be a 4-star at first, but I think after the trailer he's going to be a 5-star. Yeah, it's funny. I agree. I think it'll be very strange if he doesn't have a linchpin. I think it'll be very strange for him not to have a linchpin. I'm very excited for him though. Right now I'm saving primos for Mitya, Noi, and the Tsaritsa. And we'll see how everyone else pans out in the story before I make any choices. Anyway, Noxes, welcome back. Thanks for the super. Finally free of work. How many desperate mentions did we get? One. Well, I said his name a bunch of times, but like it was in one reference. Just one. You only need to take one shot of whatever you drink. Arla Cheeks, thank you for the super. Any idea why Arlecchino isn't on the 7.0 poster? Her Vish meeting seat is empty, and in the new Harbinger poster, she's the only one not turned towards us. If she's in 7.1, it'll be a pattern 4.1, 6.1, 7.1. I don't know. I don't think it matters too much, honestly. I think that the version artworks are important, sure, but I don't think that they're everything, you know? I think it doesn't make sense for them to put everything in here. Because, like, Sandrone's here, but so far we haven't really seen any hint of her, really, apart from, like, her lab being available now. But, like, she doesn't appear to have much main story presence. Child has main story presence, we know that. Alyosha shows up, we know that. Vodyanista shows up. Mitya, Valerie. I can't take that name seriously. I have an aunt named Valerie. She's a hairdresser and the girliest of girly girls, and that's all I'm gonna think of anytime I read his name. Pants taking a little bit more center stage as a villain and Piero, I mean, that makes sense to me, but like Arlecchino not being here, I don't think is a big deal. I really don't. I don't think it changes anything. It's Valerie like fairy. Do you think I'm gonna say Valerie? Valera, Valerie, Valera. I'm not gonna do that. You find it suspicious because of what she said at the end of her story quest, where she mentioned the Crimson Moon and Snow or something, and she has a rerun, but she's nowhere to be seen. I don't think that's the case, though. It's not. I can show you why. I can actually show you why. Hold on. I'll show you why I don't think it's a problem. There is ongoing right now a web event. Except I need to find the link to the web event. That might be very handy for me. Where is the web event? This one. I meant to pull this up and I forgot. I forgore. There is something to talk about in here, actually. Ah, music! Sorry. Turn off. I said mute. Thank you. All right. So, Arlecchino is right here. She is present, but there's something funny here. Okay, there's something really funny here that I have to point out because it's really funny. Okay, so you guys are familiar with the story The Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies? I know we only have one volume for it. I'm not going to talk about the other volumes. I just want to make one observation. If you assume that the Tsaritsa is the Pale Princess now because she now has a link to Conria, and it was always assumed or implied at least that the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies takes place in a place that's like analogous to Conria, right? So now that we have that connection, we can say, oh yeah, the Tsaritsa looks like she might be the Pale Princess. But hey, guess what? There's only 6 Harbingers left. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have the Tsaritsa and her 6 Harbingers, plus a secret 7th that no one knows is alive. I think that's real funny. I think that's really, really, really funny. Anyway, yeah. Also, in this case, Night Mother might actually be referencing Renova. Because if I remember correctly, the first volume of The Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies, which is the only volume that we have, the Night Mother is kind of described in terms of, death and stuff like that. It's definitely not a flattering portrait that it paints of Renova, but the idea of that being a reference to Renova, since she's at odds currently with the Tsaritsa, I think that makes sense as well. I think that's pretty cool. Odette is a harbinger. Odette is as far as I know, she seems to be the one that Senora wanted to succeed her, but I don't believe that she's done that yet. I think her status is like similar to Linny or Lynette, but specifically Linny for Arlecchino, because Arlecchino seems to want Linny to take over for her as next in line for Harbinger status. So I would assume that that's probably what Odette's deal is as well. But she's not, as far as we know, she's not currently a Harbinger. Otherwise, she would be pictured here, for the record. But they did say that she's just Fatui right now. Anyway, so what was I saying? Right. So in the Pale Princess is, at odds with the Night Mother, right? And there's a Prince of Light that comes and takes her along on a journey. And that's basically all I'm going to say about the rest of the plot. Because you can get that by reading the descriptions on the wiki, like the little short summaries that come with the book without actually reading the contents of the book. Those are all technically legal and not leaks or not data mines or anything. So don't worry about that. But I was thinking that the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies is actually a reference to Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. And the thing about Conria is that they live underground, and some of them are actually named after dwarves. And I was thinking, like the Elbricks, for example, that's a dwarf. So I was thinking that also might solidify the Tsaritsa's position as the Pale Princess, as Snow White and her Conrian army. But it also, I don't know if you guys remember this theory of mine, but the Tsaritsa is also appears to be a okay, so Renova is also a reference to Lovia. I know we do have an actual Lovia in game. But the real Lovia was the Witch of the North. She governed the gates of Pohjola, which was the realm of the dead, and also a realm of ice and snow and everything. The third descender fell into the river of death in Pohjola. Not the third descender. The character in the Kalevala for whom the third descender is based. That one. Saralainen, aka Lemminkainen. He died there. But the point was, the reason why Lemminkainen even died up there was because he was trying to win the hand of Lovia's daughter in marriage. So in this case, Lovia's daughter could be would be the lover of the third descender, who in this case would be implied to be the Saritsa, which means that it's still possible that Renova is the Saritsa's mom. As unlikely as it is, even if it's allegorical, just because she's called Night Mother in the Pale Princess, assuming that the Pale Princess connection is correct. Now, it's a possibility, although it might just be that she's not actually her mother, but you know, a motherly figure. Still. Isn't is Valerie, not Valerie? There is no difference. I'm sorry. There's no difference. That is very much a tomato kind of thing. Not anyway. Anyway. I'm not saying that's likely. At best, I think it's probably more realistic to think that these are just going to be like the references for like the dynamic between them all. But I find it fascinating. Also, there's something in here. Oh, come on. Yeah, hold on. I must log in. Forgive me. You cannot see this. You cannot see this because you see, I said so. You are not permitted to see. I will make you blind. For a moment. This one, please. Thank you. Okay. Behold, your eyes have returned. I want to review the event again. I already did the event, obviously. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so as we see each Gnosis, which we now have nice 2D models of, which is amazing. I love to have those. I've been wanting them for forever. So this is cool. I'm gonna rip these from the website. You better believe it. All of these basically just have the lines of the Archon or Dragon equivalent that handed over the Gnosis when they handed over the Gnosis. But then we get to so nice to be able to see the Hydra one in its full form. We get to the Pyro one, and then the Pyro one completely disappears. It's gone. It's gone. It's just gone. It's gone. Only its ashes remain. Only ashes remain. I think that's pretty cool. They mentioned in the live stream that the Pyronosis was missing rather than destroyed. I'm wondering if that implies that it's been yoinked. I don't think so. I mean, like right here, it looks like it just burned up completely. I think that those aren't Simulanka particles. Those are the phlogiston particles from Natlan. Anyway, I think this is interesting because it also means that there are only 6 Gnosis and there are 6 Harbingers left. But there is a secret 7th Harbinger, and it makes you wonder if you're going to be able to come and get the secret 7th Gnosis or like remake it, reforge it or something. It's a thought worth entertaining. It might be recoverable. Although I have a very big a self-indulgent crack theory about this. Because I do think, that's a very self-indulgent theory. We don't need to share that. That one borders on the line of fanfic. If the Pale Princess let the beast eat her friends, so did the Saritsa allow Renova to do the curse? I mean, she didn't. She wasn't, or might not be that she allowed it, but she probably wasn't able to stop Renova at the time from destroying Conria. I can't just say that and not share. Okay. All right. If people are able to make the theory that child is the third descender quite literally, which I don't think is the case. I still think he's more of an allegory for it. Here's the thing. I've pitched this idea kind of before, but I have been thinking that Wanderer might actually be Voyager. Like straight up. And I think it's hard to like actually articulate, but the thing is, he's very obviously supposed to be a reference to Raiden Mei, or the Raiden Mei archetype, I guess. Whereas his mother, A, is supposed to be a reference to Dr. Mei, who's a very different character, but still follows a similar archetype, but is different. So that would make him sort of like a female in a male vessel, which is, again, Voyager. But also the name Voyager versus Wanderer versus Traveler also kind of gets me. In that sense, it's not to say that Wanderer is a descender. I don't want anyone to think that I'm trying to argue that. But I do think it's interesting that as he was a puppet, right? He was a puppet vessel. And he woke up, or not woke up, but he sort of like activated and responded when a gnosis was introduced to him. Now, if you follow the stellar black body theory I just put out, that the stellar black bodies are souls, and ergo the gnosis is actually the 7 soul fragments of the third descender. I mean, that either means that you could make the argument that Wanderer was responding or resonating with his soul, which I know I said third descender and not second descender, but see, I'm also still, I can't shake the idea that that Voyager is technically the third descender. It does make sense to me. It does make sense to me because Voyager fell in love with an ice maiden, right? That was Koitar. Koitar was the ice angel maiden. But then you also have Ajax, who fell in love with a Snegorochka, which has been linked to the Saritsa. But consider, it might not be love, but it is camaraderie. Wanderer currently is allied with a pale maiden in the form of Nahida. And maybe it's a stretch, but what if you have a secret 7th Harbinger that's still running around? You have a secret gnosis that could still be going around. Where did the gnosis go? If you subscribe to all of those above theories, that the second and that the Voyager might actually be the third descender straight up, then you might make the argument that Wanderer might have recovered. Like the Pyronosis may have gone to Wanderer. Because that would be very interesting. Anyway, that's my self-indulgent theory. It's one of those theories that, like, I'm not going to make that into an actual video. I'm not going to try and make the case for that properly. It's just a very much of a self-indulgent what if. It's a very self-indulgent what if. But if it happens, I want it on the record that I thought it first. 10th Harbinger, my goat, you will be remembered. Oh, yeah, right. I mean, I guess technically there could be a secret 8th Harbinger too, but there still isn't a 10th. I mean, he can store it, so yeah. He did call the Gnosis his heart. I'm just saying. A heart is a soul. And that is also a mind. Wanderer helping Nahida, the rest of Harbingers helping the Saritsa. Surely we are getting a Rhymegrass team. I hope so. I really hope so. It is interesting too that of the elements that we have, like on the with the remaining Harbingers, like if I had to guess, no, I wanna go back to the beginning again. No, not that beginning. I want to go back to the thing. Don't go back to the image, you fool! You fool! Come on. I know. Come on. The slowness of the animation. I should. Oh, there's a skip button. See, I'm immune to skip buttons. I am immune to skip buttons. Okay, this is gonna have to be good enough. Something I wanted to point out. We have fire. We have ice. We have water. And that means if Pants isn't electro, I don't friggin' know what he is. So we have fire, ice, electro, water. And then we would have to have, like, what? Dendro, Geo, and Animo? Yeah. Well, Wanderer's Animo. And he's the missing one. He's the missing secret one. So that leaves Geo and I lost track. What am I doing? Dendro. I don't really think either of those two have big Dendro or Geo vibes, but I'm just saying that right now, it's the Animo kid that's missing again. Puccinella is Dendro. That would be kind of funny. He could be. He could be. I mean, to be fair, the other two could also just be Cryo. Like Piero and Puccinella could both be Cryo. Yeah. Clearly Capitano was Cryo. I mean, I'm only talking about the living Harbingers. Technically, he's dead. He's dead until we go back to Natlan and maybe do something about the Night Kingdom. Pants is Dark Baiju Dendro Shirley. I mean, that could be. That would be kind of funny. But I feel like Electro might be better for him. Yeah, let's call them active Harbingers, huh? Let's call them active Harbingers. Capitano may or may not be considered like dead and irrecoverable, but like depending on your interpretation of that kind of stuff. But you have to admit he's not currently active, right? He's not currently active. Oh, well, I guess now that I think about it though, Columbina is also a secret harbinger. There are two. There are two secret harbingers. We do have 8. I forgot. I've been forgetting Columbina as a harbinger a lot lately. Because she hasn't done a single thing harbinger like. She is still active. She counts. Columbina got fired. Yeah. Well, she kind of quit, to be fair. Anyway, I don't necessarily think it's a problem that Arlecchino isn't on the banner. I just think like whatever her role is going to be, it's probably not going to be too big in 7.0, but I also don't think that it necessarily matters too much because whatever patterns Hoyo has been establishing, they haven't really been keeping. So, I don't know. JB Rice, thank you for your super. The Moon Sister cutscenes make me believe that the event where the Heavenly Principles turned against both dragons and humans before Nibelung's return has to do with the second Descender and involves Deshret. Why? I'm not arguing against you. I'm curious about that take. Why would that involve Deshret? Because Deshret wasn't around until way after the War of Funerary Flame. So I'm curious about that one. The 10th Harbinger is so secret even... No, I mean, I didn't forget about them. They just don't exist. I'm telling you, like, they just don't exist right now. So we can't call them active. We've never seen them. Wait, sorry if I missed it. So how is the Pyronosis going to be used to resurrect the 3rd Descender if burned? The whole plan of resurrecting the 3rd Descender has been a fan theory since the get-go. It has never, ever, ever once been confirmed, as far as I am aware, that that is actually the Saritsa's plan. There is no instance where that has been proven to be the case. That is still 100% a fan theory. 10th Harbinger just has to be the Traveler, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I think that's weird. but I guess. It's just like when it comes to the fan theory about the resurrection of the third descender, it just makes sense, like progression wise, but Hoyo doesn't always take the path that makes sense. So I'm not going to use that as justification because I've been burned too many times by saying, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Hoyo will totally do that. That's logical. No. Sometimes they zig when I expect them to, but sometimes they zag when I zig. So we have a zigzag, zigzag, zig, 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 zigzag, zag, zigzag, 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 zig, zig, zigzag. And it goes on like that. And I'm like, no, stop it. Anyway. Chijong, thank you for the super. There is no message, but I appreciate it. Oh no, you put it in a okay. That's clever. You put it in a reply, so you didn't have to worry with the character limit, right? That's smart, actually. Well, smart, kind of, because there was a chance I wasn't going to see that. So is the replacement for Irminsul also powering the firmament? Yesn't. So that's actually a good question, though. It's not really anything to do with this live stream, so I'm going to try and do this really quick. The thing is, the mausoleum. I can't spell the word mausoleum, so I apologize. I can't spell mausoleum. I can't spell mausoleum. I can't. I can't do it. Oh, I did it! Never mind, I got it. I wanted to point this out because I think a lot of people forget what this looked like before you do the Golden Slumber quest. This was the original form of the mausoleum, and all of that stuff is going into the mausoleum. So instead of expelling black body matter, it seems as though Deshret was attempting to suck in black body matter. So by design, it appears that Deshret's Aru replacement for Irminsul was always anti-firmament. So my guess is that, and there's no way to know this, but my guess is that because Irminsul is now gone, there is nothing to continue to power the firmament. So it's going to be able to continue for a while, but there's a good chance that it'll eventually run out of power and then just start to fade away on its own, because it's not being supplied with anything new. So it's going to burn through its power reserves, right? It's not turned off from the Golden Slumber quest. It's a different side quest. They're all the same quest to me. I think you have to complete the Golden Slumber quest to get it to do the thingy, though. Don't you? Don't you have to? Yeah. Yeah. You have to complete Golden Slumber to do this one. So, like, to me, it's the same thing. It's all the same chain, the desert chain. Yeah. Yeah. So to me, it's like the first half is the Golden Slumber half, and the second half is the Dirge of Bilqis half. Sort of like two, yeah. But to me, it's all the same. What if the mausoleum is feeding the veil? I don't think it is. I mean, it could. Depends on how it's working. But, like, I don't think we'll experience a time span long enough in the short term in order to see if that isn't the case. If it happens, it's going to happen, like, mid to end of snezhnaya. Or even post snezhnaya. Because that would be an interesting way to sort of, like, push the game into its next era, right? Because I'm convinced to hell that we're going to space after we finish Snej. If we don't go to Conria for a bit. It just makes sense. So it would make sense to me if at the end of snezhnaya, now that Irminsul's burned and the power that's going through the firmament is like the power source has been cut off, that like the sky opens up and now suddenly Teyvat is exposed to the outer realms, right? To me, that does make sense. But yeah. There's that. What was it? Cyrus Gold, thanks for the super theory. The pyronosis is in the abyss with Dottore. I mean, it's possible. If Dottore was swallowed by, his other soul fragments that are inside of Irminsul. It's very possible that the Pyronosis, if it is actually a soul fragment of the third descender, would also just go to not Irminsul but Aru. Um, I guess depending on when it was absorbed, because it could go into Aru, but it could also go into the Irminsul that got destroyed. Hard to say. Hard to say. But the fact that they completely burned it up instead of just making a less vague animation, I feel like the fact that they made it burn up in the web event is very, very relevant. I don't think that's unintentional. I think we are supposed to take away that it's just gone. But that's my opinion. Megfail, thank you for the super. If the Pyronosis is theoretically a piece of a soul, do you think it could have slipped into the ley lines Irminsul roots while Irminsul was burning? That's same kind of question as the one above. I mean, yes, it just depends on when. But either way, like if Irminsul's gone and it's been all burned up, then you know, the Gnosis is also gone, all burned up. The only way I see it surviving is if it's like in the ley lines itself and went into Aru, in which case it's not in Irminsul, it's in Aru, which could be relevant, and that would. I mean, I do think it's very possible that Dotori will come back through Aru. I do. I think that is a distinct possibility, but the logistics of it are a little complex, and I don't really want to do that off the cuff without actually referencing my whole document of things. But if that's the case, maybe he could emerge and bring the Pyronosis with him. That would be actually kind of funny. He's like, hey, I was inside this Myriad Souls thing, and I reassembled the Gnosis for you. Can we be friends now? That's something he would do. And that would be very much in character. I don't know how much I buy that as a theory, but, I ain't gonna discredit it, that's for sure. JB Rice, thank you again for the super. Theory: the second descender is the voice that grants Vetterfilnir his clairvoyance and causes the pattern of the fall of the God Kings. The second would be an entity that projects, like Voyager. So in that case, Voyager would be the second descender, no? Or are you saying that Voyager is the voice of the abyss that Vetterfilnir was listening to, that Rerir kind of mistook as Vetterfilnir's voice? I'm just curious. Same theory, but replace Dotori and Irminsul with Deshret and Aru coming back with the Pyronosis. I don't really want them to bring Deshret back, though. Selfishly, I don't want them to. Because, I don't want them to ooh my Deshi. You should leave him alone. Let him be. Don't touch him. I don't want it to be all sunshine and rainbows. And then suddenly all of the sages being like, oh my god, Deshret, you're back! Like, I know. But selfishly, I don't want that. I'm not saying it can't happen. Just selfishly, I don't want that. Sir Wig, thank you for this super. Could the 10th Harbinger be the Abyss sibling? I mean, it could be. It feels kind of weird, though, because that would mean the Abyss Order is then Fatui aligned, and I'm not 100% sure that checks out. But it could. But I feel like Clotar and, for example, Piero probably don't get along. I don't know. It seems odd to me. It seems odd to me. But I won't discredit that either. Anyway, ooh, my Deshi is certainly the sentence of all time. Listen. 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 Okay, there's one kind of big thing Hold on. Hold on. I'm looking at my notes, and like I said, they're not in a list. They're like I wrote them in like bubbles, and there's just like 50 bubbles on this piece of paper. And I'm just like, which ones have I done? This is a terrible way to organize things. I did that one. We did this one. I don't think this one's really relevant. We kind of did this one. Okay, I want to go back to Descender stuff for a little bit. I think this is my last like noteworthy thing, and then I'll take a few more questions and I'm gonna quit because I need to eat lunch. I'm hungry. I require food. Okay, so in the live stream, they actually say that when the third descender arrived, they brought power that could change the world, and that power manifests as stellar reactions. This got me thinking about something that I think has flown under the radar a little bit. I think up until this point, we've been looking at the Saritsa and the Belyit Sar as the Pale Star, which I understand why. However, when you make a stellar reaction, the beacon for stellar conduct, for example, is called like a pale star something. I forgot the name. It's called a pale star something. I'll remember it. Stellar glimmer. I'm just calling them stellar reactions. The thing is if the Belyit Sar was not a Fae, I want to point out that he's called the heir to the Pale Star. So that means he's not the Pale Star. He is the heir to the Pale Star. There was a Pale Star before the Belyit Sar. That means he's either referring to the Dawn Star, which is Koitar, or he's referring to the third descender being the Pale Star. I think it's actually likely that the Pale Star is what the third descender is. Because think about this for a second. Heir to the Pale Star. If I mean, the Pale Star might not even be the third descender. The Pale Star might even be the second descender. It's hard to say. It depends on whether or not you consider Voyager in this equation. I think it's very possible that the heir to the third star, or to the Pale Star, is referring to the heir of the third descender to take over the role of the third descender, or a descender in general. And because like stellar reactions making pale stars, to me, just suggests that the Pale Star is the third descender. If the third descender is responsible for the power that changes the world and changed elemental reactions into stellar glimmer reactions. You know what I mean? Sarah Linen being the Pale Star also makes sense, because then the Belyit Sar also tries opening up the gates of Pohjola. Yeah, that's the thing. In Hymns of the Far North, the Belyit Sar has the third descender open the gates to Pohjola, so the gates to the abyss in theory, first, and then the third descender dies. But then later on, the Belyit Sar opens the gates to Pohjola himself. So if he's walking in the footsteps of the third descender, then he is trying to take up the mantle that the third descender left behind. So in that case, the Pale Star is the third descender. That's kind of like, what if Sarah Linen was a Fae? Like, I don't think Sarah Linen can be a Fae, because a Fae, I mean, maybe? I don't think so. Because the Belyit Sar isn't a Fae. I feel like that's relevant, don't you? But then again, you can also argue that if we look at Reed Miller as an allegory for the third descender, he was only half Fae, but half Outlander. So I guess by that logic, you could argue that. It's also possible that the pale star itself, though, is this. See this, but this is why I can. This is why I can't shake the feeling that Voyager and the Third Descender are technically the same thing. There's something. I'm telling you, there's something there that doesn't make sense to me. There's something there that doesn't make sense to me. I just feel like there's a bit of lore. I think it's in, is it in Celestial Gift? I forget. Where Koitar is basically telling Voyager to leave while they still can. And they're basically saying to leave the body. And I kind of feel like Koitar might have split Voyager's body and soul. And then shenanigans. I don't know. Do I think it's possible there's a brothers Karamazov thing going on here? Because we know the Tsaritsa's father was named Fyodor. Where did we learn that his name is Fyodor? Is his name that? I don't think his name is that. Because this is the Belyit Tsar's name. Who's Fyodor? Oh, Fyodorovna. Okay. I see what you mean. That wouldn't make him the Belyit Tsar then, because this is his name. Monomak Snezhny. 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 I don't know. In that case, it does make sense, though. You weren't trying to say that her father was a Belyit Tsar. You were trying to say that the Belyit Tsar adopted the Tsaritsa, which would go back to the theories we had at the very beginning of this stream. I could be on board with that. That would make sense to me. You're right in that it doesn't make sense that her last name isn't Snezhny. Or you think his name is Fyodor Monomak Snezhny. I mean, maybe. Fyodorovna is a patronymic often given to foreign princesses who married into Russian royalty. It's given after an icon. Oh, okay. See, these are things I don't really know about the inspo regions yet. I have a lot of research ahead of me. Isn't Monomak something like a title? I don't think so. I don't think it is. But yeah, I don't think it's a title. So why is she Snezhnaya and the Belyit Tsar is Snezhny? I don't know. Maybe that was the name of Snezhnaya before the Tsaritsa took over. To be fair, out of real life Anastasia, our real life Anastasia died, and a random Anna took her identity as the sole surviving member of the Russian royalty, but she was an imposter. Only 60 years later, DNA tests confirmed her death. I mean, that would make sense. Could be a case of mistaken identity. Another case of the body snatchers a la face. Oh! Speaking of body snatching, Faye, that's actually interesting in the context of Linnea, isn't it? Because Linnea's parents intentionally swapped her with a child from an entirely different species. Who's to say you couldn't have done that with the Tsaritsa? maybe the Belyet Tsar's real daughter is out there somewhere as well. Yeah, changeling style. That could be a thing. Anyway, I still think the Pale Star is the third descender. Because what would have been left behind? But but I still think it might have actually been Voyager. But then Voyager left behind the third descender, an empty vessel, and that became the Pale Star. It just makes sense to me, given how the Conrians adopted the flag of the Black Star in the end. That just makes sense to me. Oh wait, the Belyet Tsar is not a Fae, but his daughter was replaced by a Fae? Yeah, that's what we're mostly saying. A Fae or a Seelie. It depends on which Saritsa theory you're going with at the moment. Makoto and A are the Tsar's real daughters, split in two. Voyager had star eyes? She did. Yep. Do you think the Saritsa had siblings? Because the real Anastasia had 4 other siblings. I mean, we know of Axinia. Axinia was an adopted sibling. So, I mean, that's one. For all this is also one of the reasons why I said the young boy in that flashback scene might not be her son, but her little brother. Because that could be the case. Isn't the Black Star symbol actually Nibelung? That's not confirmed anywhere. All that is just fan theory. All of it is just fan theory. We have to be very careful after 6 years of conflating really popular and reasonably sound fan theories with what's actually happening in canon, or what has actually been confirmed of as canon. Because even the stellar black body stuff is I mean, it's very believable. I think it's very plausible, but it's not like explicitly confirmed anywhere as of yet. Like, no one's come out and said, oh yeah, stellar black body is actually like a soul and we're harvesting souls to power the firmament so that, you know, aliens don't get us. Like, no one's come out and said that yet. So even that's technically just fan theory. Doesn't the boy in the trailer call Saritsa mother, though? He hasn't. There is another person present in that shot. They're just on screen for a very short period of time. So it could be mother. It could be little brother. It could also be that in this fantasy, she's standing in for the mother. And she's watching a memory that doesn't belong to her. There's a lot of possibilities. That's why I'm not looking at it and going, that's absolutely what it is. Hoyo loves to mislead us with the trailers. They love misleading us with trailers. So I'm not really of the opinion that it's a good idea to take all of that at face value until we got something else to back it up. And we don't quite have anything to back it up with yet. But what I will say is that it would be the funniest goddamn thing if Piero is the Saritsa's son, all grown up. That would be the funniest plot twist, I think. I'm not saying it would be a good one. I just think it would be so funny. It would be one of those scenarios where I would have to pause the recording until I stopped laughing. Because remember, if Conria is in the Abyss or the Shadow Realm, if you don't think that they're the same thing, time doesn't pass normally there. So what could be a few hundred years down there might be thousands into that, or vice versa. It's so hard to say. If time's passing weirdly, it could happen. It could totally happen. There is also the possibility that Kaya could be potentially a long lost son. I'm just saying, it's possible. It's not likely, but it's way more possible now. Was Kaya being a cryo unit an Easter egg that Conrians were descendants of the Saritsa? Yeah, but also, like, not only was he from, like, a ruling regent family, but, a couple things. Ceremonial blade work is unique among the Knights of Favonius, if I remember correctly. We've got Glacial Waltz. Now it kind of brings forth, what's the term? It brings forth feelings of Once Upon a December for me now. He also uses Boreas for level up materials, which makes sense in context, but I also think it's funny in the relationship to Koitar and stuff like that. Oh, they don't have the trivia on this page. It's on a different page. His ascension passive at one point, I think it's Glacial Heart. It used to be called Heart of the Abyss, which I think is funny. Yeah, here it is. This was mistranslated, obviously, and they changed it later, but I think that's kind of funny in context. I don't know. I'm not saying it's plausible. I'm just saying it's possible. We've heard about Kaya's father, but nothing about his mother. Anyway. Can HSR just come into Genshin already? I think it's already here. Low key. Yeah. Anyway. Also, I will point out that Kaya being related to peacocks, especially in his here, his lovely little constellation here, it is interesting in the context of like the Saritsa potentially making a race of individuals that are based that were make like Ageria style. So again, Chemia based life forms. I think that would be real funny. Because the peacock stage in alchemy is like a secret stage in the magnum opus, or an interim stage in the magnum opus where you're making the philosopher's stone. So even that can be a hint. There's all sorts of stuff. Need redemption for your Tartaglia? He's coming. He's got lots of scenes coming up. It looks like he's going to be featured rather prominently, so I wouldn't worry about that. You're going to get plenty of child lore. I'm sure you are. Kai's outfit is more clearly a peacock. Yeah. King Ermin also feels like a possible son of Saritsa for some reason. Yep, that is also possible. I was thinking about that too in terms of one of my favorite theories about Deshret, which I don't think is actually like a plausible theory anymore. But I really liked the idea of like Child King Deshret because he had so many sages and stuff like that, and he was described as having like a childlike sense of curiosity and stuff like that. I really liked that theory, but now I'm kind of wondering if instead thinking about a child King Ermin is interesting in terms of if it's a Saritsa's son, putting him in charge of the Conrians, unseating the Crimson Moon dynasty in order to place in her own bloodline, and then have that bloodline, launch an assault against the Heavenly Principles, because that's what the Eclipse dynasty wanted to do. But if it was a child king, then the child king is very easy, very, very susceptible to the manipulation of adults with agendas, that would honestly explain a lot of the things about King Ermin. But it's not like super lore compliant in a lot of ways, because we've got lots of symbols of like one-eyed kings and things like that. And that would mean that the son only had one eye, and I'm not sure that really goes with anything. But you get my point. You get my point. It's possible. It's possible. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super. Harbinger count 6 active, 3 quote unquote dead, 2 quit is 11. Yeah. She doesn't have a great retention rate for employees at this point, does he? So Crimson Moon Dynasty might be separate. That's what I was thinking could happen, but who knows? I think the Crimson Moon Dynasty is quite obviously Conrians who discovered the Crimson Moon and decided to follow it and got blessed by it. I think that makes sense to me. And then the Eclipse Dynasty is one that decided that's not how we do things here. We're going to do something else. And so, by the way, why did the tree get named after the king? Because it was just the silver tree before. What did Ermin do to it? I think it's the other way around. I think it was named Ermin Sol, and he was named after the tree. Timeline wise, because like Ermin Sol is called the silver tree in legends and stuff, but like I don't necessarily think that means it was never called Ermin Sol, because how do I put this? Apep calls it Erminsol. And if its name wasn't originally Erminsol back in her time, it doesn't necessarily make sense for her to call it Erminsol, because her disdain for humanity would make her go, ugh, that thing you call Erminsol, right? Like she would reference it differently. That's why I don't think that's quite the case. However, one thing I will point out, Erminsol is another name for Yggdrasil. And Yggdrasil means Odin's steed or Odin's horse, which remember how I was talking about like moving the solar chariot and stuff with the Exophanes blade? I think it's funny that the tree is named after a horse, and also Kaya's a cavalry captain. Just saying. Just saying. Isn't Yggdrasil also the world tree in Norse mythology? Yeah, but that's what Irminsul is. Irminsul is another name for it. Irminsul literally means like Odin's pillar. So world pillar, Axis Mundi, the silver tree, the world tree, Yggdrasil. It is important to note that in Chinese, I think it's just called world tree. I don't think it's called Irminsul. So part of the reason why I'm not putting too much emphasis on its name or importance is because of that. Yeah, it's just called world tree in Chinese and basically every other language. So there's that. Since the Eclipse Dynasty is Black Sun in Chinese, does that make it a stellar black body? Yeah, that was the whole point. That was the whole point. Reminds me of your old King Ermin theories after we got the Black Serpent Knight lore. Yeah, those were good times. What's Ermin's name in Chinese then? Why did they translate it that way? Because I really think he is supposed to be a reference to Odin. Oh look, he's right here. I'm pretty sure there's this, but oh, this is interesting. There must be some instances in the Chinese then where it is called Irminsul then. But it's usually called the world tree. That's interesting. This might be a situation where English actually had an advantage over the Chinese. That happens sometimes. But the last time I remember this happening was like way back at the start of the game, because if I remember correctly, a lot of the explicit Gnostic references were not in the original Chinese text. They were put into the English localization at the request of the translators, and they agreed. And then Hoyo said that was fine. And then I remember a lot of Chinese players being upset because they're like, "How come we don't get the Gnostic references as explicitly?" I remember that. That was like the last time I remember that happening, though. It was a long time ago. English didn't mess up. No, they actually explicitly went out of their way to make sure that those interpretations were okay with the localization. You don't think JP has ever called it Irminsul? I don't know. I mean, there must be an instance where it is called Irminsul, but it seems like predominantly it's just called the World Tree. Either way, I think this is really just a reference to Woden. Because Ermin is generally in mythology considered an epithet for Odin. But as it does say here, it's not like a super concrete name or term or title. It's actually, it's a good example of this is Ukko in Finnish folklore. Ukko just means old man, but like one of the sky deities is called just straight up Ukko. But then there's like a ton of other deities that are like Ukko Ilmarai, right? Where it's like old man Ilmarai. So like there's situations like that too. So it's a little hard to say, but I think if I had to make a guess, I would say that Irminsul is actually like, or being named Ermin might be someone claiming to be a descender, but I can't prove that, and that's really like a vibe based theory, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Low-key crazy that impact in the game title is also an artifact of the global localization. Yeah, yeah. It's because of Honkai Impact, obviously, that they tried to do that. Seems like across a lot of languages, there's a lot of references and nuances that are never carried over. Yep. 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 Yeah. So, the only time JP called the name Irminsul that I remember was when we were turned against the king after seeing Valindus as a target. Oh, yeah, he did say Irminsul, didn't he? I wonder if that's where it was for the Chinese, too. I don't know. There's not really a way for me to find out. Wait, what is the Chinese name of the game? Yuan Shan. Or Yuan Shen? Yuan Shen, I think. It means original god. So no Genshin impact. Except technically Genshin also means original god. So they really just added the impact. So it's original god impact. So yeah. What there was like one like residual thought I had here. I don't know. If we don't have any more questions, I'm gonna wrap things up. I think. Allogenes is also called Genshin Huanshen. Yeah. That was one of the things though, is like that was one of the things that I remember the Chinese community being annoyed about, because where it was called Huanshen for them, it was called Allogenes for us. And allogene is a pretty Gnostic term. And that was one of the instances where they were a bit, miffed. I don't blame them. That kind of thing annoys me too. But it happens all the time when localizing, so it's kind of just par for the course. What's for lunch? Excellent question. I was going to make a roast chicken, but I don't know that I have a whole lot of time for that right now, so I might not do that. I might go walk dogs first, then come back and make food. We'll see. Noxus, thank you for the 10 gifted. Guys, don't forget that if you get a gifted sub, you are more than, well, you're able to automatically grant yourself access to the lore Discord. Normally, you have to either email me or DM me over Ko-fi. Oh, I should check those. I haven't checked them in a while, but I'm very slow at checking emails and stuff, so that's not a great way to get in there like immediately. Just know that you don't need to keep your membership in order to stay in the Discord. It's really just like a one-time check to make sure you guys are human. Keep our moderation manageable. But don't forget to sync your account. You can totally do that. And say thank you. Do you think we're going to see Deshret form in 7.0 patch since we haven't seen what he looks like yet? Also, Hoyo, where is the Mayor Javari expansion? No, I don't think so. I think it'll be interesting if we do. I don't think we will. I kind of don't want to. But we haven't seen any of the other God Kings either. I mean, we've seen Ruka Devata, that's it. We've seen kind of like a serpent version of Ruka Devata. which would be the form of her stellar black body, which is funny. But we haven't seen Remus. We haven't seen Decorabia. You know, we haven't seen any of the known god kings. We haven't seen the Bel-Yitzhar, you know, like all that kind of stuff. So I'm not convinced or even fussed about the idea of not having seen Deshret. I don't necessarily think that we will see him. If we do, we'll probably see a like a wall art depiction of him or something. But I don't know why he would be super relevant in this next area, except there's only one reason why he would be relevant in this area, and it's right here. These two weapons, well, this weapon is 100% for sure a Natlan weapon, right? This makes sense. This is very likely to be a Nod Cry weapon. This is a snezhnaya weapon. These are Deshret weapons. These are Sumeru weapons. So Clash of Kings down here. I'm gonna hold on. I mean, this actually it is possible this is Remuria. It's a little hard to say. But Clash of Kings sounds to me more like Genius Invocation TCG stuff. So that's probably the lore that we're gonna get in there. But I do like that these are dragon horns / Durin Homa symbols. That's 100% what that is. With wings. But Forged by the Golden Melody does make it sound like it is probably Golden Symphony Remus related, but it could also be desert based. It's a little tricky. The colors are a little different. It's hard to tell. But in that case, we'd have Natlan, Nod Cry, unless this is gonna be Liyue for some reason. That could be. And then Fontaine, Sumeru, and snezhnaya. So we're only missing a Mondstadt weapon in that case. Well, and a Nod Cry weapon, I guess. But we don't really count Nod Cry because it's kind of a, you know. Jade Vista is what? I mean, I think it's Nod Cry because it's got the little orbs, little Orbios. But it could very well be a Liyue weapon because Jade. You never know. Inazuma found in a ditch. Listen. There's only 5 weapons. I mean, Inazuma's been in a ditch for a long time. They don't do much with Inazuma anymore. I feel like they were trying to do more with it, but it's kind of fallen by the wayside, and I don't think anyone can refute that, really. They've not been giving us much to go on with Inazuma. When was the last time we got an Inazuma character, even? I don't even remember. Was it Chiori? Is Chiori the last Inazuma character we got? Oh, Mizuki. Right. Right. Yeah, okay. Well. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the IRL China Japan stuff might be making it hard. Yeah, I do wonder how much Inazuma stuff they had planned that they had to scrap or repurpose or move around because of media regulations regarding the how to put it, relationship between two nations right now. A little bit contentious. I'm not going to comment on that whole thing. It's just that is probably having some kind of impact because I know it did have an impact on Plain Arcadia to a degree. For HSR, by the way, Plain Arcadia is an HSR. That was supposed to be at least somewhat of a Japan-themed region, and they had to make some changes for that due to IRL relationships. So I don't know. I guess it could be an Inazuma bow. That's true, it could be. Okay, it could be a Nod Cry Inazuma or Liyue bow. Nod Cry because coloring, Inazuma and Liyue because of Jade, because Jade Jade is is it Jade Steel? Was it called Jade Steel? I can't remember. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's called Jade Steel. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I was right. It is called jade steel. Jade steel from the Mikage furnace. Yeah. Yeah, see, I remember. Isn't jade green? No, jade can come in all sorts of different colors. Jade comes in a lot of colors. Because jadeite, jade, jasper, they're kind of related. But there's a lot of different types of jade. I think the most highly valued one is green, yes. But golden jade, core lapis, I think is technically a jade. That's gold. So these are different colors of jadeite, but purple is one of them. It just depends. It just depends. Yeah. Anyway, so I guess it could be Inazuma because of jade steel, but it could be Leeway because of jade vista. Vista to me just kind of sounds very Leeway. You know, isn't purple called an amethyst? Do you think only amethysts can be purple? Please tell me you don't think only amethysts can be purple. The color of a gemstone is not limited to its type. You can have diamonds in all different colors. You can have rubies in all different colors. You can have different colors of emeralds. Tourmaline comes in multiple colors. Jade comes in multiple colors. I mean, the color of a gemstone is determined by its mineral-based impurities and the different conditions under which those gems are produced. But like the gems themselves are defined by their chemical makeup. Now, I will say that historically speaking, very, very old historically speaking, before we had microscopes and stuff, widespread use of microscopes. I'm going to preface that. Before we had those, gemstones were categorized based on their color and visual / hardness similarities. So in that case, yeah, most purple gems probably would have been classified as the same gem, like an amethyst, unless they were particularly harder or softer than what they thought an amethyst should be. But these days, in the modern world, gems are defined very differently. Very differently. They're judged based on their crystalline structure, and then their color is determined by the chemical impurities within that structure. So it's different. Anyway, ruby is just a nickname for a red sapphire. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we're getting way off topic, and I think I'm out of topics. I think that's it. I think that's all I wanted to talk about. There's still stuff to talk about, but I think that's enough. I think that's enough. We've covered so many theories. We've covered so many topics. That's so many. So many. Is there any possibility for a playable Puccinella? I think so. I don't see why not. They would need to make a whole new model, but like they've proven that in Inazuma, they're happy to make all new models. We have so many like unique Fae models. Like I don't think that's a problem anymore. I really don't. I don't think that's the problem. So anyway, is Durin FTM fictional to male? You should have said fictional to material, but that's okay. It's funny. All right. I think that's enough. I have, like I said before I go, just to give you up to speed on my schedule for those of you who weren't here at the very beginning, or in case you forgot, the TLDR is I am currently working on some Genshin stuff. It's going to be basically 3 Genshins in a row, but one of them is going to be separated by the HSR recap in order to get that done on time. So I'm basically working on, theory-wise, 3 Genshin videos in a row. One of them is going to be the lore thus far, the lore of the entire game, all of it, in preparation for snezhnaya. I'm doing it. We're doing it. We're doing that video. We're going to have it done. And the second one is going to be an actual theory, and then the third one is going to be depending on how much time I need to cook after digesting the contents of snezhnaya when we get there. The third one will be a mythology primer. So I'll be doing a deep dive into some properly researched mythology and inspirational roots for the whole region. So we'll be doing more deep dives. So that's the plan right now. That's what's upcoming. Just so you know. Again, I haven't been neglecting Genshin. It's just hard to make theories at the end of a patch cycle. So we're going to do some lore instead. So, please research the story of Ivan fetching milk and killing... Ivan fetching milk and killing the Goranich. I beg. Okay. Ivan... I will write it down. I will look it up. And also, if you guys have knowledge of any Slavic mythology and stuff that you think may or may not be relevant, if you have links to good resources on Slavic mythology, feel free to send them my way, either through Discord or you can use the email address on my profile. It's ashy@ashikai.com. You can reach me there. What was the other thing? I feel like this time around, because Slavic mythos is pretty scattered, I'm going to try and make all of these resources, if they're available for free, I'm going to try and put them all into one place so that lots of other people can also read them if they want to learn more. So it's not just for my benefit. I also want to kind of spread the stuff around because it's a very hard thing to research. So, anyway, thank you so much for showing up. Thanks for hanging with me. We're going to do more stuff soon, I promise. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.